What if Naruto mastered the 8 gates? What if he could survive the gate of death? Today we explore a world where Naruto trains under Might Guy, forms an unbreakable bond with Rock Lee, and becomes the most powerful taijutsu user alive. This is the story of Naruto, the strongest taijutsu master.
The training ground erupted in a thunderous crash as the boulders shattered, fragments scattering across the forest clearing. Standing amid the debris, a young boy with spiky blonde hair breathed heavily, his skin glowing with an unnatural crimson hue that pulsed like a heartbeat. Sweat poured down his face as the red aura flickered and faded, leaving him swaying on his feet. Spectacular! The booming voice echoed through the trees as a tall man in a green jumpsuit appeared beside the boy, catching him before he could collapse. Naruto, you've opened the 3rd gate on your first day of advanced training. What an extraordinary display of youth. Might Guy's eyes shimmered with tears as he steadied the exhausted 12-year-old. Standing a few paces away, a boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle and identical green attire watched with an unreadable expression, his thick eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Breathe, Naruto, Guy instructed, his voice softening as he guided the boy to a sitting position. The gates take a tremendous toll on your body. You must learn to recover properly. Naruto's bright blue eyes flickered open, a grin spreading across his whiskered face despite his obvious exhaustion. That was awesome, he exclaimed, pumping a fist into the air before wincing in pain. I felt like I could punch through a mountain. Guy laughed heartily, ruffling the boy's hair. The gates of opening, rest, and life are just the beginning, my young friend. With your unique constitution and the fox's chakra, you may achieve what no one else has ever accomplished. The bowl-cut boy approached, offering a water canteen to Naruto. Your form was sloppy, he said flatly, though there was no malice in his voice. But your power, it was impressive. Naruto accepted the water with a grateful nod. Thanks, bushy brows. He took a long drink before adding, I'll catch up to you in no time, believe it. Lee's serious expression cracked, a small smile forming. We shall see, Naruto Uzumaki. We shall see. Guy looked between the two boys, his chest swelling with pride. What had begun as a chance encounter just months ago was blossoming into something remarkable. In Naruto Uzumaki, he had found not only a student with unprecedented potential, but a brother in arms for his beloved Lee. The path of the 8 gates is not for the faint of heart, Guy declared, striking his signature pose. It is a journey of pain, perseverance, and the power of youth. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? Naruto climbed to his feet, his earlier exhaustion seemingly forgotten as determination blazed in his eyes. I'm going to master all 8 gates and become the greatest ninja this village has ever seen. He thrust his fist forward. That's my ninja way. Lee stepped forward, extending his bandaged hand. Then we shall walk this path together, as rivals and as brothers. As their hands clasped in the fading light of the training ground, none of them could have predicted how this moment would alter not just their lives, but the very fate of the shinobi world. 6 months earlier, Naruto Uzumaki sat alone on the academy swing, watching as parents collected their children after another day of training. His latest attempt to master the clone jutsu had ended in humiliating failure, with Iruka-sensei's disappointment cutting deeper than any of his classmates' mockery. I'll never graduate at this rate, he muttered, kicking at the dirt beneath his feet. A commotion at the edge of the schoolyard caught his attention. A man in a green jumpsuit was performing one-handed push-ups while a small crowd of students watched in amazement. 1,098, 1,099, 2,000. The man sprang to his feet with impossible agility, flashing a blinding smile and a thumbs up to his audience. Remember, young ones, hard work surpasses natural talent when natural talent refuses to work hard. Naruto watched with growing interest as the strange man demonstrated a series of kicks and punches that moved faster than his eyes could follow. Unlike the ninjutsu demonstrations that left Naruto feeling inadequate, there was something about this man's physical prowess that seemed attainable. As the crowd dispersed, Naruto approached cautiously. Hey, mister, those moves were pretty cool. How'd you get so fast? The man turned, his thick eyebrows rising in surprise before his face split into a grin. Ah, a young seeker of knowledge. He struck a dramatic pose. I am Might Guy, Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. And you are? Naruto Uzumaki, he replied, puffing out his chest. Future Hokage. Instead of the dismissive laugh Naruto had come to expect, Guy nodded thoughtfully. A magnificent ambition. Tell me, young Naruto, what kind of training regimen do you follow? Naruto scratched his head. Whatever they teach us at the academy, I guess. But I'm not very good at ninjutsu. My chakra control sucks. Guy's expression shifted, his eyes studying Naruto with sudden intensity. May I? He asked, crouching down and extending his hand. Hesitantly, Naruto offered his arm. Guy's fingers pressed against his wrist, then moved to his shoulder, testing the muscle tension with expert precision. Extraordinary, Guy murmured. Your natural physical energy, it's remarkably similar to... He stopped himself, standing abruptly. Tell me, Naruto, have you ever considered specializing in taijutsu? Taijutsu? You mean like hand-to-hand fighting? Naruto frowned. The academy teaches basic stuff, but everyone knows you need cool jutsu to be a great ninja. Guy laughed heartily. A common misconception. Some of Konoha's greatest shinobi have been taijutsu specialists. His expression grew more serious. There are techniques, powerful techniques that require no hand signs, no chakra control, only the strength of one's body and spirit. Really? Naruto's eyes widened. Like what you were doing just now? Indeed. Guy struck another pose. What you witnessed was but a fraction of the power available to those who master the body's limits. He paused, seeming to consider something momentous. Naruto Uzumaki, would you be interested in some supplemental training? The offer caught Naruto completely off guard. No one ever volunteered to train him. Most adults in the village barely acknowledged his existence. You'd train me? He asked suspiciously. Why? Guy's expression softened because I recognize potential when I see it, and because everyone deserves a chance to discover their true strength. He extended his hand. What do you say? Naruto stared at the offered hand, a strange feeling welling up in his chest. Without fully understanding why, he sensed this moment was important, that his answer would change everything. When do we start? He asked, grasping Guy's hand firmly. The following morning, Naruto arrived at Training Ground 9 before dawn, as instructed. He found Guy already there, along with a boy about his age wearing a matching green jumpsuit. Good morning, Naruto, Guy bellowed, his voice shattering the pre-dawn quiet. Allow me to introduce my prized student, Rock Lee. Lee bowed formally. It is an honor to meet you, Naruto. Guy-sensei speaks highly of your potential. Naruto rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Thanks. Nice to meet you too, bushy brows. Lee's eye twitched at the nickname, but his polite expression remained fixed. Now then, Guy clapped his hands together. Before we begin, I must explain something important. His typically boisterous demeanor shifted to something more solemn. The training I'm offering is no ordinary regimen. I intend to teach you about the 8 inner gates. 8 gates? Naruto repeated. Guy nodded. The 8 gates are 8 specific points on a chakra pathway system where a person's chakra is limited. By opening these gates, one can release the restrictions placed on their muscles, heart, and nervous system, granting tremendous power at great physical cost. He gestured to Lee. My student here can already open 5 of the 8 gates, a remarkable achievement for someone his age. Lee demonstrated by crossing his arms before his face, his expression intense. First gate, gate of opening. Release! A surge of chakra erupted around him as his skin flushed red and his eyes went white. In a blur of movement, Lee struck a nearby training post, the impact creating a shockwave that Naruto felt in his bones. Whoa! Naruto exclaimed as Lee released the technique, returning to normal. That's incredible! It is also dangerous, Guy cautioned. Opening the gates places immense strain on the body. Most shinobi who attempt the final gate, the gate of death, do not survive the experience. Naruto gulped. Then why teach it at all? Because sometimes protecting what matters requires risking everything. Guy's eyes took on a faraway look before snapping back to Naruto. But you, Naruto Uzumaki, possess something unique. Guy crouched down, meeting Naruto's eyes. I've studied your academy records. Your healing abilities are extraordinary. Injuries that would sideline others for weeks heal in days or even hours for you. This suggests you might withstand the gate's toll better than anyone I've encountered. Naruto shifted uncomfortably. He knew his rapid healing had something to do with the nine tails sealed inside him, though no one ever discussed it openly. Does this have to do with, you know? Naruto made a vague gesture toward his stomach. Guy nodded gravely. Partially, yes, but there's more. Your Uzumaki lineage naturally grants you exceptional life force and stamina. Combined with your tenet's regenerative properties, you present a unique opportunity to explore the gate's full potential. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I believe you may be able to master all 8 gates without the typical consequences, but make no mistake, the training will be grueling, painful, and there are no guarantees. Naruto looked from Guy to Lee, considering what he just learned. A technique so powerful it could kill the user, but one he might uniquely be able to survive. If I master this, could I become Hokage? Guy smiled. The path to becoming Hokage involves much more than power alone. But yes, this could give you abilities no Hokage has ever possessed. That was enough for Naruto. Then teach me everything. I'll work harder than anyone. Excellent. Guy's enthusiasm returned full force. We begin immediately with 500 laps around the training ground. On your hands. As Naruto gaped in horror, Lee was already flipping onto his hands. Race you, Naruto! The weeks that followed were the most physically demanding of Naruto's young life. Before and after academy classes, he trained with Guy and Lee, pushing his body beyond limits he never knew existed. Weighted ankle bands, thousands of push-ups, endless sparring matches. The regimen would have broken most genin, let alone an academy student. But Naruto thrived. For the first time in his life, he had mentors who didn't give up on him, who saw his failures not as proof of inadequacy, but as steps toward improvement. Guy's unwavering enthusiasm and Lee's determined companionship filled a void Naruto hadn't fully recognized within himself. 1 month into their training, as they rested after a particularly intense session, Lee turned to Naruto. You have improved dramatically. Your taijutsu form is almost unrecognizable from when you started. Naruto grinned despite his exhaustion. Yeah, but I still can't open even the first gate. You make it look so easy. Lee shook his head emphatically. Nothing about the gates is easy, Naruto. I trained for over a year before opening my first gate. Really? Naruto blinked in surprise. How did it happen? Lee's expression grew distant. I was failing at the academy. Unlike you, I cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu at all, a rare condition that should have ended my ninja career before it began. His fists clenched. Guy-sensei was the only one who believed in me. He taught me that with enough hard work, even a dropout could surpass a genius. He turned to Naruto, his eyes intense. The day I opened my first gate, I had trained for 20 hours straight, pushing my body to collapse. Guy-sensei carried me home on his back, and I thought I had failed again. But the next morning, when I returned to try once more, something had changed. My body remembered the feeling of approaching its limit, and I found I could push beyond it. Naruto absorbed this, a new determination for me. Then I just need to find my limit and shatter it. Guy, who had been listening silently, stepped forward. Perhaps you're ready. Your physical conditioning has progressed remarkably. He adopted a teaching stance. The first gate, the gate of opening, is located in the brain. It removes the restraints on the muscles, allowing you to use your body's full strength, typically about 30% more than your conscious mind allows. He demonstrated the hand position. Focus your chakra while visualizing the restraints in your mind breaking open like a dam. Feel the power you normally hold back rushing through your entire body. Naruto nodded, adopting the stance. He closed his eyes, concentrating as he'd been taught. For several minutes, nothing happened except his increasing frustration. Don't force it, Guy advised. The gates respond to need as much as will. Your body must believe opening the gate is necessary. Maybe we should try a different approach, Lee suggested. Naruto, spar with me. Guy understood immediately. Excellent idea, Lee. Naruto, your task is simple. Land a single strike on Lee while he's using the first gate. He will not attack, only defend. Lee nodded, moving to the center of the clearing. First gate, open. The familiar crimson aura surrounded him as he took a defensive stance. Begin, Guy commanded. Naruto charged forward, unleashing every combination he'd learned over the past month. Lee evaded effortlessly, his enhanced speed making him virtually untouchable. 5 minutes became 10, then 15, with Naruto growing increasingly desperate and exhausted. "It's impossible," Naruto finally shouted in frustration, his legs trembling with fatigue. "He's too fast." "Nothing is impossible," Guy called back. "Find your reason. Why must you become stronger? Who are you fighting for?" The questions resonated within Naruto. Images flashed through his mind. The villagers' cold stares, Iruka-sensei's rare smile of approval, his own reflection in the Hokage monument. But more immediately, he thought of Guy and Lee, who had accepted him without question, who pushed him because they believed in him. "I won't let you down," Naruto whispered, his chakra churning as something shifted within him. "I won't fail." A surge of energy exploded through his pathways as the mental barrier shattered, his skin flushed crimson, veins bulging as 30% more power flooded his muscles. With a yell that contained years of pent-up frustration, Naruto launched forward at a speed that surprised even himself. Lee's eyes widened as Naruto's fist connected with his forearm. Not a clean hit, but contact nonetheless. "Magnificent!" Guy's shout echoed through the forest as Naruto collapsed, the gate closing as suddenly as it had opened. "You've done it, Naruto! Your first gate!" Lee helped Naruto to his feet, genuine admiration in his eyes. 1 month, Naruto. You opened your first gate after only 1 month of training." Naruto grinned through his exhaustion. "Guess I just needed the right teachers, you know?" Guy approached, uncharacteristic tears in his eyes. "This marks the beginning of a new chapter in your journey, Naruto." He placed his hands on both boys' shoulders. "Together, you two will redefine what it means to be shinobi of the hidden leaf." As the sun set over the training ground, none of them realized just how prophetic those words would prove to be. The day of graduation arrived with a mixture of excitement and dread for Naruto. Despite his incredible progress with the 8 gates, his academy performance remained problematic. While his taijutsu scores had skyrocketed, his ninjutsu, particularly the clone jutsu, continued to be his downfall. "Don't worry," Guy had assured him the evening before. "Your path may differ from others, but it will lead you to greatness all the same." Standing before Iruka-sensei in the examination room, Naruto performed the required hand signs. "Clone jutsu!" A puff of smoke revealed a single, sickly-looking clone that collapsed pathetically to the floor. Iruka's face fell. "Failed." "Iruka-sensei," Mizuki, the assistant instructor, interjected. "Perhaps we could make an exception. His taijutsu scores have improved dramatically, and he did technically produce a clone." Iruka shook his head firmly. "The standards exist for a reason, Mizuki. Every ninja must master the basic techniques. I can't pass him." Naruto's heart sank as he trudged outside, watching as his classmates celebrated with their families, new headbands gleaming on their foreheads. He returned to his usual swing, the familiar weight of disappointment settling over him. "Naruto." Mizuki's voice came from behind. "There's something you should know, a special provision for exceptional cases like yours." That evening, as Naruto crept through the Hokage's residence with the forbidden scroll strapped to his back, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Mizuki's alternative graduation test seemed suspicious, but the chance to finally become a genin had overridden his doubts. Settling in the forest clearing Mizuki had designated, Naruto unrolled the massive scroll. "Might as well learn something while I wait," he muttered, scanning the contents until a particular technique caught his eye. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he read aloud, "creates actual copies instead of illusions. Each contains a portion of the user's chakra." A grin spread across his face. "This is perfect." Hours later, exhausted but triumphant, Naruto had mastered the technique. His massive chakra reserves, once a hindrance to his control, proved ideal for creating solid clones. "Naruto!" Iruka's voice cut through the night as the Chunin landed in the clearing, his expression furious. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "I passed the special test!" Naruto exclaimed, jumping to his feet. "I learned a technique from the scroll, just like Mizuki-sensei said." Iruka's expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to alarm. "Mizuki told you." A whistling sound cut through the air as a barrage of kunai forced Iruka to shove Naruto aside, taking several hits himself. "Well done, Naruto." Mizuki appeared on a nearby branch, 2 massive shurikens strapped to his back. "Now hand over the scroll." "Don't do it, Naruto," Iruka shouted, pulling a kunai from his thigh. Mizuki is a traitor. He used you to steal the scroll. Mizuki laughed coldly. You want to know why the village hates you, Naruto? Why you've been alone your entire life? No, Mizuki, it's forbidden, Iruka pleaded. The nine-tailed fox that attacked our village 12 years ago wasn't killed, Mizuki continued, ignoring Iruka. It was sealed inside a newborn baby. You! You are the nine-tailed fox, the monster that destroyed our village and killed Iruka's parents. The revelation struck Naruto like a physical blow. Suddenly, the villagers' hatred made sense. The cold stares, the whispers, the isolation. That's why no one will ever accept you, Mizuki sneered, reaching for one of his giant shuriken. Now die, Demon Fox! The weapon spun toward Naruto, who stood frozen in shock. At the last moment, Iruka threw himself in its path. Why? Naruto whispered, seeing the shuriken embedded in his teacher's back. Because we're the same, Iruka gasped. I know your pain of growing up alone. You're not the fox, Naruto. You're Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf. Something snapped inside Naruto, not in despair, but in clarity. The barrier within his mind shattered as chakra flooded his system. First gate opened. The crimson aura erupted around him as his muscles surged with power. Mizuki's eyes widened in shock. What is this? How can an academy failure? I'm not just any academy student, Naruto growled, his voice distorted by power. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage and student of the Sublime Green Beast. Naruto's hands formed a cross sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu! The clearing filled with hundreds of crimson glowing Narutos, each pulsing with the power of the first gate. Mizuki barely had time to scream before they descended upon him. When the dust settled, Mizuki lay unconscious in a crater, while Naruto stood victorious, the gate's power fading as exhaustion took hold. Iruka struggled to his feet, amazement written across his face. Naruto, that technique, the 8 gates, where did you learn? Guy-sensei has been training me, Naruto admitted. Him and Lee, for months now. Iruka's expression softened. That explains the transformation in your taijutsu. Might Guy is one of our village's finest jonin. He reached up, removing his own headband. Come here, Naruto. When Naruto opened his eyes after Iruka tied the headband around his forehead, his teacher was smiling proudly. Congratulations, graduate! You passed. 1 week later, the newly formed Genin teams gathered in the academy classroom, awaiting their assignments. Naruto sat proudly with his headband, ignoring the whispers about his unexpected graduation. Due to some unusual circumstances, this year's team assignments required special consideration, Iruka announced. Scanning a document. Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai under Kakashi Hatake. Sakura cheered while Sasuke remained impassive. The pale boy named Sai merely offered a strange smile. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame under Kurenai Yuhi. Naruto's anticipation grew as more teams were announced. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year, Iruka continued. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi under Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto frowned, realizing his name hadn't been called. Hey, Iruka-sensei, what about me? Iruka smiled mysteriously. Naruto Uzumaki, due to your specialized training, you've been assigned to a unique apprenticeship program under Might Guy, alongside his existing student, Rock Lee. The classroom erupted in murmurs as Naruto leapt from his seat, pumping his fist in the air. Awesome! This is highly irregular, Iruka added, raising his voice over the commotion. But the Hokage has approved it based on your demonstrated aptitude for Guy's teaching methods. As the teams dispersed to meet their Jonin instructors, Naruto raced toward Training Ground 9, where he knew Guy and Lee would be waiting. His mind buzzed with excitement, official training with his mentors, without having to hide it or squeeze it between academy lessons. He arrived to find not just Guy and Lee, but another Genin he recognized as Neji Hyuga, and a kunoichi with her hair in twin buns, Tenten, if he remembered correctly. Naruto! Guy bellowed, flashing his signature grin. Welcome to Team Guy. Lee performed an elaborate salute. Welcome, teammate. The fires of youth burn brightly today. Neji and Tenten exchanged skeptical glances. Guy-sensei, Neji said coolly. What is the meaning of this? Our team was formed last year. Adding another Genin now is unprecedented. Ah, Neji. Guy struck a pose. Life is full of unexpected challenges. Naruto here has shown exceptional talent in the taijutsu arts, specifically the 8 gates technique. Neji's pale eyes widened slightly, the only indication of his surprise. The academy dropout? Master the 8 gates? Impossible. Nothing is impossible with the power of youth, Lee declared. Tenten approached Naruto, curiosity overcoming her initial skepticism. Is it true? You can open the gates like Lee? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, only the first one so far. But I'm learning fast. Show them, Naruto, Guy encouraged. Let your youthful power shine. Taking a deep breath, Naruto formed the necessary hand position. First gate, open. The familiar rush of power surged through him as his skin flushed red and the chakra aura erupted around his body. He held the state for several seconds before releasing it, panting slightly from the exertion. Tenten whistled, impressed. Okay, I see why Guy-sensei wanted you on the team. Even Neji seemed to reassess his initial judgment, though his expression remained guarded. Being able to open a gate is one thing. Being a valuable team member is another entirely. Which is why, Guy interjected, we'll begin with a team-building exercise. He produced 3 small scrolls. Tenten, Neji, and Lee will form one team. Naruto, you're with me. The objective is simple. Your team must retrieve these scrolls from us within 3 hours. You may use any means necessary. Lee's eyes burned with determination. We accept your challenge, Guy-sensei. As the 3 genin huddled to formulate a strategy, Guy pulled Naruto aside. This is more than just an exercise, he explained quietly. Team dynamics were established long before you arrived. You must earn their respect, particularly Neji's. Naruto nodded, understanding the delicate situation. What's our strategy? Guy grinned. Defend at all costs. Show them what the power of youth can accomplish. The exercise began with Guy and Naruto retreating into the forest, the 3 scrolls secured in Guy's vest. They positioned themselves in a small clearing, awaiting their pursuers. They'll likely try to separate us, Guy observed. Neji's Byakugan gives them a significant tracking advantage. True to Guy's prediction, the attack came swiftly. Tenten launched a barrage of weapons from above, forcing them to split up momentarily. Lee immediately engaged Naruto while Neji targeted Guy. Nothing personal, Naruto, Lee said as he launched a flying kick. But this is our chance to defeat Guy-sensei. Naruto blocked the kick, but was driven back by Lee's superior technique. First gate, open. The surge of power allowed him to match Lee's speed, turning their exchange into a blur of strikes and counters. Meanwhile, Guy was evading Neji's gentle fist technique with apparent ease, though Naruto could tell his sensei was deliberately holding back. Naruto, behind you, Guy called. Naruto spun just in time to see Tenten unleashing another weapons barrage. Even with the first gate active, dodging so many projectiles seemed impossible. Acting on instinct, Naruto formed the cross sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 20 clones appeared, each glowing with the first gate's power. They formed a protective wall, absorbing the weapons barrage while the real Naruto leapt clear. Lee's eyes widened in surprise. Shadow clones? With the first gate active? The distraction cost him as one of Naruto's clones landed a solid kick to his midsection, sending him tumbling across the clearing. Impressive combination, Neji acknowledged, still engaged with Guy. But ultimately futile. 8 trigrams, air palm. The chakra blast dispersed several of Naruto's clones, creating an opening that Tenten immediately exploited with another weapons barrage. The battle continued for nearly 2 hours, with Team Guy showing exceptional coordination despite Naruto's unexpected abilities. Eventually, Neji called for a retreat, the 3 genin disappearing into the forest. They're regrouping, Guy noted, barely winded despite the extended conflict. Your shadow clone technique provides an excellent defensive advantage. Naruto nodded, catching his breath. But they're really good together. They know exactly how to support each other. Indeed, that is the power of a team that has trained together for a year. Guy's expression grew serious. The next attack will be their all-out effort. They have less than an hour remaining. The final assault came from all directions simultaneously. Neji and Lee emerged from opposite sides of the clearing, while Tenten's weapons rained from above. Guy and Naruto found themselves back-to-back, defending against the coordinated attack. Second gate, open, Lee called, his power spiking dramatically as he engaged Naruto with renewed vigor. Even with his shadow clones, Naruto found himself overwhelmed by Lee's increased speed and strength. One by one, his clones were dispelled until only the original remained. In a desperate gambit, Naruto created another massive wave of shadow clones, 50, then 100, each opening the first gate upon creation. The forest filled with crimson glowing Narutos surrounding the clearing in a display of raw chakra that momentarily stunned even Neji. Naruto Uzumaki Barrage. The clones shouted in unison, converging on their opponents from all directions. The chaos created the perfect diversion. While Lee and Neji defended against the clone assault, Tenten found herself targeted by dozens of Narutos. The real Naruto, meanwhile, had a single target, Guy Sensei in the scrolls. Lunging through the mayhem, Naruto's hand closed around one of the scrolls protruding from Guy's vest, just as the 3-hour time limit expired. "Time's up," Guy announced, halting the exercise. The remaining clones dispelled in puffs of smoke, leaving the clearing suddenly quiet except for the heavy breathing of the genin. Guy's face split into a wide grin. "One scroll captured. An impressive showing for your first team exercise, Naruto." Lee approached, still flushed from using the second gate, but beaming with excitement. "Your combination of shadow clones with the first gate is most innovative, Naruto. I've never seen such a technique." Even Tenten seemed impressed. "Those clones are solid, right? Not illusions? That's why my weapons couldn't dispel them all at once." Only Neji maintained his reserved demeanor, though he studied Naruto with new interest. "Your chakra reserves are unusual, far beyond typical genin level." Guy clapped his hands together. "This exercise has shown me two things. First, that our original team guy remains an exemplary unit." He nodded proudly toward Neji, Tenten, and Lee. "And second, that Naruto brings unique capabilities that complement our specializations perfectly." He struck his signature pose, teeth gleaming. "From this day forward, we are the new team guy, Konoha's premier taijutsu and weapons specialist squad." As they gathered for a team photo, Guy and Lee in matching exuberant poses, Tenten smiling confidently, Neji maintaining his dignified stance, and Naruto grinning widely in the center, a new chapter in Naruto's ninja career had officially begun. That evening, the Hokage reviewed Guy's report on the team's first exercise, a thoughtful expression on his aged face. "The 8 gates and shadow clone combination. Most unexpected," he murmured. "Perhaps Naruto has found his true path after all." Beside him, a masked jonin with silver hair closed his visible eye in what might have been a smile. "Interesting. I'm almost disappointed he's not on my team now." The Hokage chuckled. "I believe Might Guy is precisely the mentor Naruto needs at this stage, Kakashi, though I suspect your paths will cross soon enough." Little did either of them realize just how prophetic those words would prove to be. The first month with Team Guy transformed Naruto in ways the Academy never could. Daily training began before dawn with grueling physical conditioning. 500 push-ups, 300 squats, and 10 laps around the village perimeter on their hands. "This is just the warm-up?" Naruto had gasped on the first day, collapsing beside an equally exhausted Tenten. "Guy Sensei believes in thorough preparation." Lee had responded enthusiastically, somehow completing the exercises with energy to spare. Beyond physical training, Naruto found himself immersed in taijutsu theory, weapons practice under Tenten's guidance, and strategic exercises that stretched his previously untapped intellectual capabilities. "Your body can only take you so far," Neji had explained during one such session. "True mastery comes when mind and body work in perfect harmony." Most importantly, Guy focused intensely on Naruto's 8 gates training, pushing him toward the second gate with methodical precision. "The gate of healing enhances your body's natural recovery," Guy explained as they meditated at sunrise. "For most shinobi, opening it provides a temporary burst of healing energy. For you, with your unique constitution, the effects may be quite extraordinary." 6 weeks into their training, during a particularly intense sparring session with Lee, Naruto found himself pushed to his absolute limit. Lee had opened his second gate, moving with such speed that even Naruto's first gate and shadow clone combination couldn't keep pace. "You're holding back," Lee called as he demolished another clone. "Find your limit and break through it." Frustration built within Naruto as clone after clone dispelled under Lee's relentless assault. He could feel the first gate's power flowing through him, but it wasn't enough. There was something more just beyond his reach, a reservoir of energy he couldn't quite tap. "Remember the feeling," Guy coached from the sidelines. "The second gate is located in your brain, just like the first. Visualize the restraints breaking. Lee's foot connected with Naruto's chest, sending him tumbling across the training ground. Pain blossomed through his ribs, definitely cracked, possibly broken. As he struggled to his feet, a new sensation emerged. His body was instinctively trying to heal itself, chakra flowing toward the injury. "That's it," Guy shouted, recognizing the signs. "Follow that feeling, Naruto. The healing energy. Direct it. Enhance it." Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the natural healing process already underway within his body. He could feel it, a second limitation, a barrier preventing his body from healing at its full potential. Second gate, heal! The barrier shattered as energy flooded his system. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified, taking on a slightly orange hue as his injuries began healing at a visible rate. The cracked ribs knitted together in seconds, bruises faded, and fatigue vanished. Lee halted his attack, eyes widening at the transformation. "Incredible! You've done it, Naruto!" Guy approached, his expression a mixture of pride and scientific curiosity. "How do you feel?" Naruto flexed his hands, marveling at the sensation. "Like I could fight for days without stopping. The pain is completely gone, and I feel recharged." "As I suspected," Guy nodded, studying Naruto carefully. "The combination of your Uzumaki vitality and the Nine-Tails' Wasp regenerative properties has amplified the second gate's effects exponentially." Even Neji seemed impressed, his Byakugan active as he observed Naruto's chakra network. "The flow patterns are unlike anything I've seen. His chakra is actually accelerating the cellular regeneration process." "This changes everything," Guy declared. "With your enhanced recovery, we can intensify your training without the typical recovery periods. Your growth rate will be unprecedented." True to Guy's prediction, Naruto's progress accelerated dramatically in the weeks that followed. While most practitioners required months between mastering gates, Naruto's unique physiology allowed him to push boundaries at an alarming rate. 3 months after joining Team Guy, Naruto had mastered the third gate, life, enabling him to match Lee in both speed and power. Their sparring sessions became legendary within the village, drawing spectators as the two genin moved faster than most jonin could track, their synchronized gate techniques creating shockwaves that reshaped the training grounds. "They're monsters," one chunin remarked after witnessing a particularly intense session. "Is it even safe to train them like this?" "Guy knows what he's doing," Kakashi had replied, his visible eye tracking the blurs of green and orange. "Besides, those two have something special. They push each other to new heights through their brotherhood, not competition." Indeed, rather than fostering rivalry, Naruto and Lee's parallel development had forged an unbreakable bond. They became inseparable, training together, eating together, even developing combination techniques that leveraged their complementary styles. The Leaf's Crimson Brothers, Tenten had dubbed them after one particularly impressive display, and the nickname stuck. Their first real test came 4 months into Naruto's tenure with Team Guy, when they were assigned a B-rank escort mission to the Land of Rivers. A wealthy merchant had requested protection from bandits who had been terrorizing the trade routes. "This will be excellent real-world application of your training," Guy announced as they departed Konoha's gates. "Remember, the gates are a last resort in actual combat. They should not be used frivolously." The first 2 days of travel passed uneventfully, with Neji's Byakugan allowing them to avoid potential ambush sites. On the third day, however, they encountered something far beyond typical bandits. "Something's wrong," Neji warned, his Byakugan activated as they entered a narrow canyon. "There are chakra signatures ahead, Jonin level at least." Before Guy could respond, the canyon erupted in explosive tags, sending massive boulders crashing down toward the team and their client. "Protect the merchant," Guy ordered, launching himself toward the largest falling boulder. Naruto reacted instinctively. First gate, open. The surge of power allowed him to leap forward, shadow clones materializing around him to form a protective dome over the merchant. The boulders crashed against the clone barrier, dispelling many but protecting their client. "Leaf Hurricane!" Lee and Guy called in unison, their synchronized kicks shattering the remaining boulders. As the dust settled, 6 figures appeared on the canyon rim above them, each wearing headbands marked with the symbol of the Hidden Rain Village, but with a deep scratch through the emblem. "Missing Nin," Guy noted grimly. and not ordinary bandits. The leader stepped forward, a tall man with ritualistic scarring across his visible skin. Hand over the merchant and his cargo, and you may live. The Rainfall Brigade has claimed this territory. Never heard of you, Naruto called back, creating a defensive perimeter of clones around their client. You will, the man replied ominously. Rainfall formation. The 6 missing 9 moved with practiced coordination, their hands forming identical signs. Water style, piercing rain jutsu. Thousands of water needles materialized in the air above, hurtling down toward Team Guy with lethal velocity. Rotation! Neji spun, creating a chakra dome that deflected the needles around him. Tenten unfurled a scroll, summoning a metal umbrella shield that protected her and the merchant, while Guy and Lee dodged with their natural speed. Naruto, however, faced the brunt of the attack, his clones popping rapidly under the assault. Second gate, heal! The additional power allowed him to move faster, but the needles were too numerous to evade completely. Several embedded in his shoulders and legs, though the wounds began healing immediately. They're coordinating their chakra, Neji called out, his Byakugan tracking the enemy's movements. Each one amplifies the other's techniques, the leader laughed. Perceptive. The Rainfall Brigade specializes in synchronization jutsu. Together, our power exceeds any single jonin. Guy's expression grew serious. Team formation Delta, protect the client at all costs. What followed was the most challenging battle of Naruto's young career. The 6 missing nin attacked in perfect coordination, their water jutsu combining to create effects that would have been impossible individually. Massive water dragons, pressurized cutting streams, and even a localized rainstorm that limited visibility. We need to break their formation, Guy called as he engaged 2 of the missing nin simultaneously, his taijutsu keeping them on the defensive. Naruto, Lee, and Neji exchanged glances, a plan forming wordlessly between them through months of training together. Ready? Naruto asked, creating a fresh batch of shadow clones. Lee nodded, dropping into a familiar stance. Second gate, open. 8 trigrams, air palm. Neji launched a concentrated blast of chakra toward the canyon wall, creating a momentary distraction. In that instant, Naruto's shadow clones transformed, not into copies of himself, but into perfect replicas of Lee, each glowing with the power of the second gate. What the? One of the missing 9 barely had time to register his confusion before 20 Lees descended upon the enemy formation, disrupting their carefully maintained positions. The real Lee, meanwhile, had circled behind, targeting the leader with devastating precision. Leaf Hurricane. The combination worked perfectly. With their formation broken, the missing nin could no longer synchronize their jutsu, reducing their effectiveness dramatically. Tenten capitalized on the opening, unleashing a barrage of weapons that further scattered the enemy. The leader, however, proved more formidable than expected. Evading Lee's initial attack, he formed hand signs at blinding speed. Water style, water prison jutsu. A sphere of water engulfed Lee, trapping him in a floating prison. The missing nin smiled cruelly, maintaining the jutsu with one hand while drawing a kunai with the other. One down. Now, who's next? Naruto felt something snap inside him as he watched Lee struggling for breath within the watery prison. A protective rage surged through his system, chakra flaring wildly. Third gate. Life open. The transformation was dramatic. Naruto's crimson aura deepened to blood red. His muscles bulged and veins protruded across his body. With a roar that echoed through the canyon, he launched forward at a speed that left after images in his wake. Naruto Uzumaki Barrage, 8 gates version. The missing nin leader barely registered the attack before Naruto's fist connected with his jaw, breaking the water prison jutsu instantly. Before the man could recover, Naruto appeared behind him, then above, then below, attacking from all directions in milliseconds. The final kick sent the leader crashing into the canyon wall with such force that the rock face cracked, leaving him embedded in a human-shaped impression. The remaining missing nin, seeing their leader defeated so decisively, attempted to flee, only to find Guy blocking their escape route, his expression uncharacteristically stern. Going somewhere? He asked, dropping into a familiar stance. Fifth gate, open. What followed was more demonstration than battle. Guy moved like a force of nature, neutralizing the remaining enemies with surgical precision. Within minutes, all 6 missing 9 were unconscious and bound. As the gate's power subsided, Naruto rushed to Lee, who was coughing up water but otherwise unharmed. "That was most impressive, Naruto," Lee managed between coughs. "Your third gate technique is formidable indeed." Naruto grinned, helping his friend to his feet. "I couldn't let anything happen to my training partner, could I? We still need to figure out who's faster." Guy approached, his usual exuberance tempered by a thoughtful expression. "Your progress continues to exceed expectations, Naruto. The third gate typically takes years to master, yet you've done it in months." "It's because I have the best teachers," Naruto replied, including Neji and Tenten in his grateful glance. Neji, typically reserved, offered a small nod of acknowledgement. "Your unorthodox combination of gates and shadow clones is effective, though still lacking refinement." "A magnificent understatement," Guy declared, his enthusiasm returning full force. "The Crimson Brothers' last synchronized gate technique will become legendary throughout the shinobi world." As they secured the prisoners for transport back to Konoha and continued their mission, Naruto realized how dramatically his life had changed in just a few months. From academy failure to gate master in training, from village pariah to valued team member, the transformation went beyond physical abilities. For the first time in his life, Naruto Uzumaki belonged somewhere. The bond he shared with Lee, the grudging respect from Neji, Tenten's camaraderie, and Guy's unwavering belief, these had become his foundation, his strength, his family. The Crimson Brotherhood was just beginning its legend. 1 year into Naruto's apprenticeship with Team Guy, the announcement of the upcoming Chunin exams brought mixed emotions. Traditionally, teams entered as 3-person cells, but Team Guy's unusual 5-member structure presented a complication. "A magnificent opportunity to showcase your growth," Guy declared during their team meeting. "However, we must decide how to approach the registration." "Lee, Neji, and I have been a team longer," Tenten pointed out pragmatically. "It would make sense for us to enter as the original Team Guy." Naruto tried to mask his disappointment. After a year of intensive training and missions, the thought of watching from the sidelines while his teammates advanced was difficult to accept. Guy stroked his chin thoughtfully. "An alternative exists. Naruto could potentially join another team missing a member, or..." His eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. "Or we create something entirely new. The Chunin exam regulations permit special entries with Hokage approval." 2 days later, Naruto found himself in the Hokage's office alongside Guy, who was enthusiastically presenting his proposal. "A specialized taijutsu demonstration team," Guy proclaimed, striking a dramatic pose. Naruto and Lee would enter not as traditional competitors, but as representatives of Konoha's specialized taijutsu program. They would participate in all exam phases, but be evaluated separately on their unique skills. The third Hokage puffed thoughtfully on his pipe. "Most irregular, Guy. The exams have historically followed a strict team structure." "But not exclusively," Guy countered. "There have been precedents for specialized entries, particularly during peacetime exams intended to showcase village capabilities." The Hokage's eyes shifted to Naruto. "And you, young man? How do you feel about this proposal?" Naruto straightened his posture, meeting the Hokage's gaze directly. "I want to prove myself, Lord Hokage. I've worked harder this past year than ever before. I believe Lee and I can show everyone what Konoha's taijutsu specialists are capable of." A small smile formed beneath the Hokage's beard. "Your growth under Guy's tutelage has been remarkable, Naruto. The reports of your missions are quite impressive." He set down his pipe. "Very well. I will approve a special demonstration entry for the Crimson Brothers, as I hear you're now called." Naruto could barely contain his excitement as they left the office. "We're in, Lee. We're going to the Chunin exams." Lee's eyes burned with determination. "We shall show everyone the power of youth and hard work. Guy-sensei's teachings will shine brightly." The days leading up to the exam were filled with specialized training. While the original Team Guy prepared with Neji taking lead, Naruto and Lee developed combination techniques specifically designed to showcase their unique partnership. The Crimson Whirlwind, Guy named their primary combination, where both would open the third gate simultaneously, creating a synchronized attack pattern that appeared as a continuous crimson blur to observers. When the first day of the exams arrived, teams from across the shinobi world gathered in Konoha. The written test, traditionally the first phase, presented an unexpected challenge for Naruto and Lee, whose training had focused almost exclusively on physical combat. Intelligence gathering is essential for Chunin, the proctor, Ibiki Morino, explained with a sadistic smile. This test will measure your ability to collect information under pressure. As the difficult questions were revealed, Naruto felt a momentary panic. His academic skills had never been his strength. Glancing at Lee, he saw the same concern reflected in his friend's eyes. Then, remembering Guy's teachings about observation, Naruto noticed subtle movements around the room, Genin using various techniques to cheat. The realization struck him. This wasn't a test of knowledge, but of information gathering. Using his enhanced physical senses developed through gate training, Naruto carefully observed the movements of a nearby candidate who seemed confident in his answers. With precision born from countless hours of taijutsu practice, Naruto replicated the pencil movements perfectly. Lee, catching on to the true purpose, employed similar tactics. When the final question came, a psychological trap requiring candidates to choose whether to continue or forfeit, both Naruto and Lee stood firm, their unwavering determination earning them passage to the second phase. The Forest of Death awaits, announced Anko Mitarashi, the second proctor. Each team will receive either a Heaven or Earth scroll. Your objective, obtain both scrolls and reach the central tower within 5 days. But there are only 2 of you, one of the Chunin assistants noted, looking at Naruto and Lee's registration. The special demonstration team, you'll be at a disadvantage. Anko reviewed their paperwork with raised eyebrows. Well, the Crimson Brothers. I've heard rumors. Tell you what, since you're a demonstration team, your objective will be different. A mischievous grin spread across her face. You'll need to acquire one of each scroll type, Heaven and Earth, from other teams, plus deliver this special marked scroll to the tower. 3 scrolls total. Think you can handle that, boys? Naruto and Lee exchanged determined glances. Just watch us, Naruto declared. The Forest of Death proved aptly named. Dense, treacherous, and filled with oversized predators, it presented a natural obstacle course even before considering the competing teams. Naruto and Lee moved swiftly through the canopy, their physical conditioning allowing them to cover ground rapidly. We should establish a strategy, Lee suggested as they paused on a massive branch, perhaps targeting weaker teams first? Naruto shook his head. That's what everyone will expect. I say we go after the strongest teams right away, the ones from other villages who don't know about us yet. Element of surprise. Their opportunity came sooner than expected. A team from the Hidden Stone village had set an ambush near a water source, clearly expecting easy prey. Instead, they found themselves facing the Crimson Brothers. Just 2 of them, the Stone team leader smirked. This will be quick. First gate, open, Naruto and Lee called in unison, their synchronized transformation sending a pulse of crimson chakra through the clearing. What followed was less a battle than a demonstration. Moving in perfect harmony, Naruto and Lee overwhelmed the Stone Genin with taijutsu combinations Guy had drilled into them for months. Shadow clones appeared and disappeared strategically, creating openings for Lee's devastating kicks. Within minutes, the Stone team surrendered their Earth Scroll, retreating with newfound respect for Konoha's taijutsu specialists. 1 down, 2 to go, Naruto grinned, securing the scroll. Their reputation spread quickly through the forest. By the second day, teams were actively avoiding the crimson blurs that moved through the canopy. Finding willing opponents became increasingly difficult, forcing Naruto and Lee to develop hunting tactics. Shadow Clone Scout Network, Naruto dubbed his new technique, creating dozens of clones to patrol wide areas of the forest and report back with team locations. On the 3rd day, they encountered unexpected allies, the original team guy who had already secured their needed scrolls and were heading toward the tower. Your performance has been noticed, Neji informed them, his Byakugan scanning the surroundings. Several teams have formed alliances specifically to counter you 2. Most flattering, Lee exclaimed. Our reputation precedes us. Tenten rolled her eyes. What he means is be careful. There's a particularly strong team from the Sand Village that's been asking about you. After a brief exchange of information, the teams separated, with Naruto and Lee heading toward the southeastern quadrant, where a hidden mist team had been spotted. The mist team proved more challenging than their previous opponents. Specializing in water jutsu that created obscuring mist, they neutralized much of Naruto and Lee's visual coordination. Second gate, heal. Naruto opened the additional gate, enhancing his sensory perception beyond normal limits. Lee, 3 o'clock, high position. Lee responded instantly, launching himself toward the indicated position. Leaf Hurricane. The kick connected with an invisible opponent, dispelling the water clone, but revealing the ninja's general location. Working systematically through their sensory enhancement training, Naruto and Lee gradually cornered the mist team. Third gate, life, Lee called, his increased speed creating enough wind pressure to temporarily clear the mist. In that moment of visibility, Naruto's shadow clones swarmed the mist ninja, securing their heaven scroll. 2 down, Lee noted as they continued toward the tower. Only the marked scroll remains. The final challenge proved most difficult of all. As they approached the central region of the forest on the 4th day, they encountered the Sand Team crewmen. Tenten had warned them about 3 genin led by a red-haired boy with a massive gourd on his back. "You are the taijutsu specialists," the redhead stated flatly, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Mother wants to test your blood." Something about the boy sent chills down Naruto's spine. Unlike previous opponents, this one radiated killing intent so potent it felt physical. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, instinctively moving into a defensive position alongside Lee. "I am Gaara of the desert," the boy replied. "And you hold something I want." Sand began pouring from the gourd, swirling around Gaara in patterns that seemed almost alive. His teammates, an older boy with face paint and a blonde girl with a large fan, moved to flank them. "Be careful," Lee whispered. "His chakra feels wrong." The battle erupted without further preamble. Gaara's sand attacked with frightening intelligence, anticipating movements and countering with crushing force. The other sand ninja contributed with wind and puppet techniques that kept Naruto and Lee constantly on the defensive. "First gate, open!" they called simultaneously, the power boost allowing them narrow escapes from the sand's grasp. "Interesting," Gaara observed emotionlessly, but insufficient. The sand acceleration increased dramatically, catching Lee's ankle and slamming him into a nearby tree with bone-crushing force. "Lee!" Naruto shouted, watching his friend struggle to rise. Something shifted inside Naruto, a protective rage coupled with a strange resonance between the Nine-Tails chakra and Gaara's own energy. Second gate, heal. Third gate, life. The combined gate's power surged through Naruto as he created a battalion of shadow clones, each radiating the same crimson energy. "Stay away from my friend." The clone army attacked from all directions, forcing Gaara's sand to divide its attention. For a brief moment, the real Naruto broke through, landing a direct hit on Gaara's chest, only to crack what appeared to be a sand armor covering his skin. Gaara's eyes widened slightly, perhaps the first genuine emotion he'd shown. "You hurt me?" A maniacal grin slowly spread across his face. "Mother will enjoy your death even more." The sand redoubled its assault, moving with increased speed and ferocity. Naruto found himself overwhelmed, his clones dispelling faster than he could create them. Lee had managed to regain his footing but was clearly injured, his movements hampered. "We need to retreat," Naruto called, creating a diversion with another clone wave. "Lee, can you move?" "I will not abandon our mission," Lee replied stubbornly, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. Fourth gate, pain. The transformation was dramatic. Lee's skin darkened to deep red, his eyes went white, and the chakra aura around him intensified to near blinding levels. With a roar of effort, he launched himself directly at Gaara, moving so fast that even the reactive sand couldn't track him completely. "Hidden Lotus!" The devastating combination of kicks launched Gaara skyward, Lee appearing above him for the final axe kick. The impact when Gaara hit the ground created a crater, dust billowing outward. Lee landed beside Naruto, immediately collapsing to one knee as the gate's toll hit his body. Did I get him? As the dust cleared, Naruto's heart sank. Gaara was still standing, though his sand armor was cracked extensively across his body. The expression on his face had transformed from interest to murderous rage. "Now I'm angry," Gaara whispered, sand swirling violently around him. "I'm going to kill you both slowly." Naruto moved protectively in front of Lee, desperately searching for options. They couldn't outrun Gaara in their current condition, and fighting seemed equally hopeless. Then inspiration struck. "You said we have something you want," Naruto called out. "Our marked scroll, right?" Gaara paused, his head tilting slightly. "Yes, surrender it, and I might consider letting you live." Naruto reached into his pouch, producing the special scroll Anko had given them. "Take it, but you have to promise to leave us alone." "Naruto, no," Lee protested weakly. "Our mission isn't worth our lives," Naruto finished firmly, his eyes never leaving Gaara. "We can find another marked scroll." Gaara's hand extended, snatching the scroll from Naruto's hand. After examining it briefly, he turned away. "Consider yourselves fortunate. Next time we meet, nothing will save you." As the sand team disappeared into the forest, Naruto helped Lee to a secluded location where they could recover. "I'm sorry, Lee," Naruto said, applying first aid to his friend's injuries. "I couldn't see any other way out." Lee shook his head. "You made the tactically correct decision. Guy Sensei always says that knowing when to retreat is as important as knowing when to advance." With Lee's injuries and their lost scroll, their situation seemed dire. They had the Heaven and Earth scrolls, but had lost the special mark scroll with only 1 day remaining. "We need a plan," Naruto declared, pacing the small cave they'd found for shelter. "The tower is heavily guarded by this point, and we're in no shape for another major battle." Lee, meditating to accelerate his recovery, opened his eyes. "Perhaps we don't need to fight. Guy Sensei has always taught us that there are many paths to victory." A slow grin spread across Naruto's face. "I think I have an idea. It's crazy, but it might just work." The following morning, as the 5th day dawned, Naruto and Lee approached the tower openly, making no attempt at stealth. Several teams noticed their arrival, including proctors stationed to monitor the final approaches. "Identify yourselves," a Chunin guard demanded. "The Crimson Brothers," Naruto announced proudly. "We're here to complete our special demonstration challenge." The guard checked his roster. "You need 3 scrolls, Heaven, Earth, and the marked special scroll. Present them." Naruto produced the Heaven and Earth scrolls. As for the special scroll, he performed a hand sign. "Transform!" In a puff of smoke, Lee transformed into a perfect replica of the marked scroll. The guard's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing suspiciously. "That's not what we meant by obtaining the scroll," he stated flatly. "The instructions were to deliver the special marked scroll to the tower," Naruto argued. "They didn't specify how we had to do it. This is the special scroll, just temporarily transformed." The guard sighed, clearly conflicted. "Wait here. I need to consult with the proctor." Minutes later, Anko herself appeared, a mischievous grin on her face. Well, creative interpretation of the rules. I like it!" She laughed heartily. "Technically, you're right. We didn't specify how the scroll had to be obtained or maintained, only delivered." She gestured toward the tower entrance. "Congratulations on passing the 2nd phase. Your unorthodox methods will certainly make for an interesting report." Once inside, Lee released the transformation, collapsing in exhaustion. "I cannot believe that worked." "Sometimes the unexpected strategy is the best one," Naruto replied, helping his friend up. "Now we just have to prepare for the final phase." The preliminary matches to determine the finalists were held immediately, with too many teams having survived the Forest of Death. As a special demonstration team, Naruto and Lee received a unique designation. They would fight separately, but would advance or fail together based on their combined performance. Lee's match came first, pitting him against a hidden stone genin specializing in Earth-style jutsu. Despite still recovering from his injuries against Gaara, Lee fought brilliantly, using the 1st and 2nd gates strategically to overcome his opponent's stone armor techniques. Naruto faced Kiba Inuzuka from Team 8, a fellow Leaf genin with enhanced sensory abilities and canine partnership techniques. The battle tested Naruto's tactical growth rather than raw power, forcing him to outthink Kiba's nose rather than simply overpower him. "You've changed, Naruto," Kiba acknowledged after being defeated by a clever combination of transformation jutsu and gates-enhanced taijutsu. "A year ago, I would have wiped the floor with you." "I had good teachers," Naruto replied, helping Kiba to his feet in a gesture of respect. With both Naruto and Lee victorious in their preliminary matches, they advanced to the final phase alongside Neji, Sasuke Uchiha, Gaara, and several other promising genin. The finals would be held 1 month later, allowing competitors time to recover and prepare new techniques. Magnificent performances, Guy declared during their post-match team meeting. The Crimson Brothers have showcased the power of youth spectacularly. Now we prepare for the grand finale. As they left the tower, a silver-haired jonin with a masked face intercepted them. Impressive showing, Kakashi Hatake remarked casually, particularly your creative problem-solving at the end. Ah, my eternal rival, Guy exclaimed. Have you come to acknowledge my superior teaching methods? Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in what might have been a smile. Actually, I wanted to propose something for the coming month, a collaboration of sorts. Guy's thick eyebrows rose in surprise. A collaboration? Between our teams? Precisely, Kakashi nodded. My student Sasuke would benefit from taijutsu training against your Gates users, and I suspect Naruto might learn something valuable from working with a fellow Jinchuriki like Gaara. The mention of Jinchuriki caught Naruto off guard. While he knew about the 9 tails sealed within him, he hadn't realized Gaara shared a similar burden. So that's why his chakra felt familiar, Naruto murmured. He has a tailed beast too. Kakashi nodded solemnly. The one-tailed Shukaku. But unlike you, Gaara has never known control or acceptance. His seal is flawed, allowing the beast to influence his mind constantly. A new understanding dawned on Naruto. Gaara's murderous intent, his reference to mother, his inability to sleep according to intelligence reports, all symptoms of a lifetime spent at war with the beast inside him. I want to help him, Naruto decided suddenly. If I can control the 9 tails chakra with the gates, maybe I can show Gaara there's another way. Guy and Kakashi exchanged meaningful glances. That, Guy said softly, would be the most youthful victory of all. As they prepared for the final phase of the Chunin exams, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something momentous approached. Not just a tournament, but a turning point that would test everything he'd learned about the power of bonds, brotherhood, and the true meaning of strength. The month before the Chunin exam finals transformed Konoha into a hive of activity. Dignitaries from across the shinobi world arrived daily, including feudal lords and Hokages from the major villages. Security tightened as Anbu patrols increased, their masked figures appearing briefly on rooftops before vanishing into shadows. For Naruto and Lee, the preparation period brought unprecedented challenges. Their mornings began with specialized training under Guy, focusing on chakra efficiency and gate sustainability. Afternoons were dedicated to joint sessions with Team 7, where Kakashi's analytical approach complemented Guy's passionate instruction. The key difference between you and Lee, Kakashi explained during one such session, is that Lee must maximize output during brief gate activations, while you, Naruto, must learn to modulate your power for extended engagements. Naruto nodded, watching as Sasuke and Lee sparred nearby. Because of my healing factor? Precisely. The 9 tails chakra combined with your Uzumaki vitality means you can maintain lower gates indefinitely with proper control. Kakashi's visible eye studied Naruto thoughtfully. Which brings us to your next evolution. The next evolution proved to be Kakashi's most valuable contribution, helping Naruto develop what they called steady-state gates, a technique allowing him to maintain the first and second gates at minimal chakra costs for extended periods. Most users flare their gates at maximum output, Kakashi explained, creating the distinctive aura and crimson skin. But you can potentially maintain the enhanced state with just a fraction of the power, enough to augment your abilities without the visual indicators or stamina drain. Mastering this technique required meditative precision Guy had never emphasized, forcing Naruto to develop new mental discipline. By the 3rd week, he could maintain the first gate in steady state for nearly 6 hours, with only a slight warming of his skin and barely perceptible chakra signature. Most impressive, Neji acknowledged after failing to detect Naruto's gate activation with his Byakugan. You've essentially created a new technique. The final piece of Naruto's preparation came from an unexpected source, a white-haired seinen named Jiraiya, who appeared at the training ground one evening as Naruto practiced alone. So you're the kid who's mastered both shadow clones and the 8 gates, the imposing figure remarked, studying Naruto with critical eyes. Interesting combination. Who are you? Naruto asked, immediately defensive. The great Toad Sage of Mount Myobaku, the legendary Sannin known across, Jiraiya began grandiosely before Naruto interrupted. Never heard of you. Jiraiya deflated momentarily before recovering. Your education is lacking, kid. I'm here because we have something in common. His expression grew serious. Something sealed inside you. Understanding dawned on Naruto. You know about the Nine Tails? Know about it, kid? I'm one of the few people alive who understands how your seal actually works. Jiraiya approached, his voice lowering, and I hear you're interested in helping another Jinchuriki. News of Naruto's intention to reach Gaara had apparently spread through Konoha's Jonin grapevine. Kakashi had warned about the dangers, while Guy had enthusiastically supported the youthful mission of friendship, but neither had offered concrete assistance for actually communicating with a tailed beast. Can you help me talk to the Nine Tails? Naruto asked directly. Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. That's ambitious. Most Jinchuriki spend their lives avoiding contact with their beasts. He studied Naruto more carefully, but your situation is unique. The 8 gates affect your chakra network in ways that might actually facilitate communication. Over the following nights, after his regular training, Naruto met secretly with Jiraiya in the forest outside Konoha. The Sannin introduced specialized meditation techniques designed to help Naruto visualize his inner mindscape, the mental space where the Nine Tails was sealed. Your gates training gives you an advantage, Jiraiya explained. You already understand chakra flow manipulation at an instinctive level. Now you just need to direct that awareness inward. Progress came in frustrating increments. Naruto would catch glimpses of dark corridors and hear distant growls, only to lose the connection when his concentration wavered. Finally, 3 days before the finals, a breakthrough occurred. Naruto sat in lotus position, his breathing synchronized with his heartbeat as Jiraiya had taught him. The first gate remained in steady state, creating a continuous flow of chakra that he visualized as a crimson thread leading deep into his consciousness. Following this thread, Naruto found himself standing in a vast flooded chamber. Before him loomed an enormous gate, sealed with a paper tag bearing the character for seal. Behind the bars, 2 massive slitted eyes opened in the darkness. So my jailer finally shows himself, a deep, malevolent voice rumbled, shaking the mental construct. The human who steals my chakra for his pathetic gates technique. Naruto stood his ground, remembering Jiraiya's warnings not to show fear. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I haven't been stealing your chakra. I've been using my own. A dark chuckle reverberated through the chamber. Fool, your gates technique draws power from your entire system, including the chakra that leaks constantly from my seal. Why do you think you heal so quickly? Why do you think you can sustain gates that would kill others? The revelation stunned Naruto. He had assumed his recovery abilities came solely from his Uzumaki heritage. If that's true, Naruto countered, recovering his composure, then we've been helping each other without realizing it. My gates training has been making your chakra stronger too. The Nine Tails growled, massive teeth gleaming in the darkness. You dare suggest I need your help? I am the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of all tailed beasts. And you're stuck inside me, Naruto replied bluntly. So we can either keep fighting each other, or we can figure out how to work together. A massive claw slammed against the gate, sending water splashing around Naruto's feet. Work together? With a human? The very creatures who have imprisoned me for generations? I didn't ask for this either, Naruto shouted back. You think I wanted to grow up as the village pariah? To be hated for something I had no control over? The Nine Tails fell silent, its glowing eyes studying Naruto with new interest. There's another Jinchuriki in the village right now. Naruto continued. Gaara of the Sand, his tailed beast is driving him insane, making him into a murderer. I want to help him, but I need to understand how to communicate with the tailed beast first. The one tail, the fox growled. Shukaku, the weakest and most unstable of my kind. Can you help me reach him? Through Gaara? The fox's laughter shook the chamber. You overestimate yourself, little human. Shukaku would devour your consciousness if you attempted direct communication. Naruto's shoulders slumped in disappointment. However, the Nine Tails continued, seeming to enjoy Naruto's reaction. There is another way. Your gates technique creates a unique chakra resonance. If you were to touch the One-Tails Jinchuriki while in the fourth gate state, our chakras might interact. Interact how? Naruto asked suspiciously. That depends on your strength of will, doesn't it? The fox's grin widened maliciously. Now leave me. Your presence grows tiresome. With that, Naruto was thrust back into his physical body, gasping as his eyes flew open. You did it! Jiraiya exclaimed, studying Naruto's expression. You made contact. How was your first meeting with the Nine-Tails? Charming, Naruto replied dryly, recounting the conversation. Jiraiya's expression grew serious at the mention of interfacing with Gaara. That's incredibly dangerous, Naruto. If the Nine-Tails is suggesting it, he likely has his own agenda. Probably, Naruto agreed. But what choice do I have? Gaara needs help, and I might be the only one who can reach him. The day of the finals arrived with unprecedented fanfare. The arena was filled to capacity, with civilians and ninja alike crowding the stands. In the Kage viewing box, the third Hokage sat alongside the Kazekage, whose face remained partially concealed behind ceremonial veils. The first match pitted Neji against the Sound Ninja, showcasing the Hyuga prodigy's perfect chakra control and gentle fist mastery. Sasuke's match followed, his Sharingan and newly acquired speed impressing the crowd as he defeated a Rain Village competitor. When Naruto and Lee were called for their demonstration match, a buzz of anticipation swept through the arena. Their reputation had grown during the preliminary rounds, with many spectators specifically attending to witness the Crimson Brothers in action. This is an exhibition match, the proctor explained. As a special demonstration team, these genin will showcase specialized taijutsu techniques rather than engage in standard combat. Lee grinned at Naruto as they took their positions in the center of the arena. Shall we give them a proper demonstration, brother? Naruto nodded, returning the smile. Let's show them what Gai Sensei's training can do. What followed was less a fight than a choreographed display of incredible physical prowess. Beginning with basic taijutsu sequences, they gradually incorporated gate techniques, moving from the first gate to the third in synchronized activation. Their movements became faster than many jonin could track, creating shockwaves with each impact as they exchanged blows that would have incapacitated ordinary ninja. Shadow Clone Whirlwind, Naruto called, creating a dozen clones that engaged Lee simultaneously. Leaf Hurricane, Expanded Formation. Lee countered, his spinning kick generating enough force to dispel the clone circle. The crowd roared in appreciation as the demonstration reached its climax, both fighters opening the fourth gate simultaneously, their skin darkening to deep crimson as blue-green chakra mixed with the red aura in a spectacular visual display. Fourth gate, pain, open, they shouted in unison. The transformation was dramatic. Veins bulged across their bodies as muscle fibers tore and repaired themselves continuously. The ground beneath them cracked from the pressure of their chakra alone. Crimson Lotus double impact, they called, launching toward each other at blinding speed. Their fists connected in the center of the arena, the resulting shockwave sending dust and debris flying in all directions. When visibility returned, both stood unharmed in the center of a small crater, the power of their gates receding as they bowed to each other and then to the audience. The stadium erupted in thunderous applause. Even the typically stoic jonin in attendance seemed impressed by the display. In the Kage box, the Hokage nodded approvingly, while the Kazekage leaned forward with apparent interest. As Naruto and Lee exited the arena, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air for the final scheduled match, Gaara versus a Leaf Genin named Shino Aburame. However, before the match could begin, a commotion erupted in the Kage viewing box. The Kazekage had lunged at the Hokage, white snakes emerging from his sleeves as his disguise fell away, revealing the pale, sinister face of Orochimaru, a legendary Sannin who had defected from Konoha years earlier. Simultaneously, explosions rocked the village perimeter as massive summoning seals activated outside the walls. 3 enormous snakes appeared, crashing through Konoha's defensive barrier as Sand and Sound Ninja revealed themselves throughout the crowd, attacking civilians and Leaf Shinobi alike. "It's an invasion!" a jonin shouted as chaos erupted throughout the stadium. In the competitor's box, Gaara clutched his head in apparent agony, sand swirling violently around him. "Mother wants blood! So much blood!" he growled, his features beginning to distort as sand encased half his face. His siblings, Temari and Kankuro, appeared beside him. The signal came too early, Kankuro hissed. You're not ready yet. Get him to the rendezvous point, Temari ordered. I'll cover your escape. As they fled the arena, Naruto locked eyes with Gaara. In that brief moment, he saw not bloodlust but profound suffering, the pain of a fellow Jinchuriki losing control. I'm going after him, Naruto declared to Lee. This might be my only chance to reach him. Lee nodded gravely. I will assist with civilian evacuation. Be careful, my friend. He is not stable. Throughout the village, battles erupted between invaders and Leaf defenders. The third Hokage engaged Orochimaru directly, while Anbu fought to contain the giant snakes, breaching the walls. In the midst of this chaos, Naruto pursued Gaara and his siblings into the forest surrounding Konoha. The chase led deep into the woods, where Temari and Kankuro attempted to delay Naruto while Gaara's transformation progressed. Naruto's shadow clones and first gate techniques allowed him to bypass these obstacles efficiently. When he finally caught up to Gaara, the transformation was already advanced. Sand covered most of the Sand Ninja's body, forming a grotesque half-human, half-tanuki shape with a massive arm and tail. You followed me, Gaara growled, his voice distorted by Shukaku's influence. Good. Mother wants your blood specifically. I didn't come to fight you, Gaara, Naruto called, maintaining a safe distance. I came to help you. Help me? Gaara's distorted face twisted in confusion before breaking into maniacal laughter. No one can help me. I exist only to kill. That is my purpose. That's Shukaku talking, not you, Naruto replied calmly. I know because I have the nine-tailed fox sealed inside me. I'm a Jinchuriki too. This revelation gave Gaara pause, his transformed features registering shock. You like me? Yes, Naruto confirmed, cautiously approaching. But my seal is different. The Nine Tails doesn't control me, and you don't have to let Shukaku control you either. Lies, Gaara roared, sand exploding outward in all directions. I am a monster, the demon of the sand. My entire village fears and hates me. I know what that feels like, Naruto said softly, to be hated for something you didn't choose, to be alone. Then you know there is no escape. Sand tendrils lashed toward Naruto, who dodged with Gates-enhanced reflexes. You're wrong, Naruto countered, creating shadow clones to surround Gaara. I found people who accepted me. Guy-sensei, Lee, my team, they became my family when the village rejected me. For a moment, Gaara's attack faltered, uncertainty flashing across his transformed features. Family? No one can love a monster. You're not a monster, Gaara. You're a Jinchuriki, a human sacrificed to contain a tailed beast. Naruto took a deep breath, making his decision. And I can prove it to you. Fourth gate, pain, open. The transformation surged through Naruto as all limitations on his muscles and nervous system released. Veins bulged across his body as his skin darkened to deep crimson, the chakra aura intensifying around him with blue-green lightning crackling through the red energy field. Gaara recoiled, instinctively raising his sand shields as Naruto approached. Stay back! I need you to trust me, Naruto said, his voice strained by the gate's power, just for one moment. Moving faster than Gaara's sand could track, Naruto closed the distance between them, placing his palm directly against Gaara's chest where the transformation hadn't fully covered his heart. The moment they connected, a massive chakra resonance erupted between them. The Nine-Tails chakra, amplified by the fourth gate, reacted with Shukaku's energy in a spectacular display of red and gold light that engulfed both Jinchuriki. In the mental realm, Naruto found himself standing between two massive sealed gates. Behind one, the Nine-Tails watched with malevolent amusement. Behind the other, a sandy tanuki with blue markings howled and thrashed against its weakened restraints. Between the gates stood Gaara, not the transformed version, but a small, frightened child clutching a teddy bear, tears streaming down his face. They all hate me, the child Gaara whispered. Even my father wants me dead. Uncle Yashimaru tried to kill me. Naruto approached slowly, kneeling before the child. I know, it hurts to be alone. Shukaku protects me, Gaara continued. He kills anyone who tries to hurt me, but he never stops whispering, never lets me sleep. Of course I don't, Shukaku screeched maniacally. If you sleep, I take control. That's our deal, little Gaara! The Nine-Tails growled from his gate. Always the unstable one, Shukaku, terrorizing a child, how pathetic. Stay out of this, Kurama, Shukaku snapped. This host is mine! Naruto's eyes widened at the revelation of the Nine-Tails' name, Kurama. A piece of knowledge accidentally revealed in the heat of argument. Your seal is damaged, Naruto told Gaara, understanding dawning. That's why Shukaku can influence you so easily. That's why you can't sleep. Child Gaara looked up with tearful eyes. Can you fix it? I don't know how, Naruto admitted, but I know people who might. People in Konoha who understand seals. Why would they help me? Gaara asked. I'm an enemy. I came to destroy your village. Because that's what Konoha does, Naruto replied with conviction. We help people, even former enemies. The old man Hokage would understand. Enough of this sentimental garbage, Shukaku howled. He's mine! I won't let you take him! The Tanuki's chakra surged against its cage, sand beginning to fill the mental space as Shukaku fought to reassert control. Kurama growled from behind his gate. The seal is collapsing. If you don't want to be trapped in here forever, you need to leave now, Naruto. I won't abandon him, Naruto protested. Then do something useful, Kurama snarled. Your gate's technique, the steady state version, apply it to his seal. What? How? Visualize his seal as a gate that needs stabilizing, Kurama instructed impatiently. Use the same chakra control you've been practicing, but direct it at the weakened sections. Understanding flooded through Naruto. The steady state technique was essentially chakra modulation, precisely what Gaara's failing seal needed. Approaching the barrier between Shukaku and Gaara, Naruto placed his hands on the wavering seal. He could see the damaged sections now, places where the chakra flow had eroded the boundaries, allowing Shukaku's influence to leak through continuously. Channeling his chakra as he practiced for weeks, Naruto began reinforcing these weak points. The process was delicate, requiring precision he wouldn't have possessed before his gates training. Gradually, the seal stabilized, its glow strengthening as Shukaku's howls of rage faded to impotent snarls. It's temporary, Naruto explained to Gaara, but it should hold long enough to get you proper help. The child Gaara looked up in wonder as Shukaku's voice diminished for the first time in his memory. It's quiet. I can think clearly. Come back with me, Naruto urged. End this invasion. Help me stop the fighting. In the physical world, the chakra resonance subsided, leaving both Jinchuriki collapsed on the forest floor. Naruto's gates had closed automatically, his body drained from the mental exertion. Gaara's sand armor had receded, leaving him in his human form, conscious but exhausted. Why? Gaara asked weakly. Why would you help an enemy? Naruto struggled to sit up, his muscles screaming in protest. Because we're the same, and because no one deserves to suffer like you have. Before Gaara could respond, his siblings arrived, clearly expecting to find Shukaku rampaging. Their shock at seeing both Jinchuriki alive and in human form was palpable. The invasion, Gaara said, his voice steadier than they had ever heard it. It needs to stop, now. What? Kankuro exclaimed. But the plan was Orochimaru's plan, not ours, Gaara interrupted. He deceived our father, possibly killed him. He turned to Naruto. Take me to your Hokage. I need to tell him everything I know. The return to Konoha revealed a village still in the throes of battle. The giant snakes had been defeated, but fighting continued throughout the streets as Sand and Sound Ninja pressed their attack. Most alarming was the purple barrier atop the arena roof, where the third Hokage remained trapped in combat with Orochimaru. We need to reach the command center, Naruto decided, supporting the weakened Gaara. If you order your forces to stand down, we might be able to end this before more people die. With Temari and Kankuro's reluctant assistance, they made their way to the Hokage Tower, where Konoha's defense operations were being coordinated. Their arrival caused an immediate security response, with ambush surrounding them until Naruto explained the situation. Gaara wants to stop the invasion, he told the Jonin commander, Shikaku Nara. He has information about Orochimaru's deception. Shikaku's skeptical expression was understandable, but the strategic value of the offer was too significant to dismiss. If you're serious, he told Gaara, then order your forces to cease hostilities immediately. We can establish a communication channel to your commanders. What followed was unprecedented in shinobi warfare, a mid-battle stand-down initiated by the supposed weapon of the invading force. Using Yamanaka clan techniques to broadcast Gaara's voice and image, Konoha established contact with the Sand forces. This invasion was orchestrated through deception, Gaara announced to his fellow sand ninja. Orochimaru has likely assassinated the Kazekage and taken his place. I am ordering all sand forces to cease combat operations immediately. The effect was dramatic. While some fighting continued from sound ninja who had their own agenda, the majority of sand forces began a strategic withdrawal, shifting to defensive positions as the situation clarified. Atop the arena, however, the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage reached its tragic conclusion. Using a forbidden technique called the Reaper Death Seal, Hiruzen Sarutobi sacrificed his life to disable Orochimaru's arms, forcing the Sannin to flee before he could complete his destruction of Konoha. In the aftermath, as medical teams treated the wounded and security forces secured the village perimeter, Naruto sat beside Gaara in a guarded hospital room, both Jinchuriki recovering from their ordeal. "My entire life," Gaara said quietly, "I believed my purpose was to kill, that only by taking lives could I validate my existence." He stared at his hands, free of sand for the first time in years. "What am I supposed to do now?" "Live," Naruto replied simply. "Build connections. Find people who see you, not just the beast inside you." Gaara's expression remained doubtful. "My village fears me, my family." He glanced toward Temari and Kankuro, who waited outside under guard. "They've never known me without Shikaku's influence." "Then show them who you really are," Naruto urged. "It won't be easy. Trust me, I know, but it's possible." The door opened as Jiraiya entered, his usual flamboyance subdued by the day's events. "So this is the One-Tail's Jinchuriki," he observed, studying Gaara with expert eyes. "Naruto told me about your seal. I'd like to examine it if you'll permit me." Over the next 3 days, as Konoha buried its dead, including the third Hokage, and began reconstruction, Jiraiya worked to stabilize Gaara's seal. The process was complex, requiring techniques only a seal master of Jiraiya's caliber could perform. "It's not perfect," the Sannin explained when finished. "A complete redesign would require months of preparation, but this modification should prevent Shikaku from speaking to you or influencing your thoughts. You should even be able to sleep normally." The concept of peaceful sleep, something Gaara had never experienced, brought the first genuine smile to his face that anyone could remember seeing. As diplomatic negotiations between Konoha and Suna progressed, revealing that the real Kazekage had indeed been murdered and impersonated by Orochimaru, plans were made for the Sand siblings' return to their village. "What will happen now?" Naruto asked Jiraiya as they watched the preparations from the Hokage Tower balcony. "Politics," Jiraiya replied with a grimace. "Suna will claim they were deceived, which is true, and offer reparations. Alliances will be recalibrated, and the council will need to select a new Hokage." He gave Naruto a sidelong glance. "Which reminds me, I'm being sent to find Tsunade, the third member of the Sannin and a potential candidate for Hokage. I want you to come with me." "Me? Why?" "Several reasons," Jiraiya said, uncharacteristically serious. "First, your work with Gaara has proven you have unique insights into Jinchuriki issues. Second, after what you did during the invasion, you've painted a target on your back with certain organizations interested in tailed beasts." Naruto's brow furrowed. "What organizations?" "They call themselves Akatsuki," Jiraiya explained. "A group of S-rank missing nin with unknown objectives involving the tailed beasts. My intelligence network has been tracking them for years." He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "But most importantly, I think it's time you learn more advanced techniques to complement your gates training. The fourth gate is impressive, but there are other skills you'll need for what's coming." As they spoke, Gaara approached, accompanied by his siblings. The changes in him were subtle but significant, his stance less rigid, his eyes clearer, the perpetual killing intent that had surrounded him noticeably absent. "We're leaving tomorrow," he informed Naruto. "I wanted to thank you properly before we departed." Naruto smiled. "Just remember our deal. You're going to show your village who you really are, right?" Gaara nodded solemnly. "I will try to follow your path, to protect rather than destroy." He extended his hand, a gesture that would have been unthinkable weeks earlier. "Perhaps one day, we will be allies rather than enemies." As their hands clasped, a faint resonance of chakra passed between them. Not the overwhelming flood of their Jinchuriki connection, but something more subtle. A bond formed between two who had walked similar paths of isolation and found their way toward light. Not just allies, Naruto corrected. Friends. The dawn of Naruto's departure with Jiraiya brought an unexpected gathering at Konoha's gates. Guy and Lee arrived in matching green jumpsuits, tears streaming dramatically down their faces. "My youthful student," Guy wailed, crushing Naruto in a bone-breaking hug. "To think you'll be training with another legendary mentor. My heart swells with pride and sorrow simultaneously. We shall train doubly hard in your absence," Lee proclaimed, striking a pose identical to Guy's, "so that when you return, our flames of youth will burn even brighter." Even Neji and Tenten had come to see him off, the former offering a respectful nod while Tenten presented Naruto with a specially crafted kunai set. "For practicing accuracy during your travels," she explained with a smile. As Naruto prepared to depart with Jiraiya, Guy pulled him aside for a final word. "Naruto," he said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet, "what you did for the Sand Jinchuriki, reaching him when no one else could, that was the true power of youth. Not the gates, not the techniques, but the connection you formed." He placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders, his expression serious. "Never forget that your greatest strength lies not in how many gates you can open, but in your capacity to open hearts." With those words resonating in his mind, Naruto set off beside Jiraiya, leaving behind the village that had once rejected him, but now watched his departure with newfound respect. The road ahead promised new challenges and techniques, but the foundation laid by Guy's training and the brotherhood formed with Lee would remain his core strength. The Crimson Dawn had broken over Naruto's life, illuminating a path few could have imagined for the once scorned Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf. 3 years passed like a whirlwind for Naruto Uzumaki. What began as a simple mission to retrieve Tsunade for the Hokage position evolved into an extended training journey spanning the ninja world. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, Naruto's understanding of chakra theory, sealing techniques, and even espionage fundamentally transformed his approach to the shinobi arts. "The 8 gates are just one path to power," Jiraiya had explained early in their travels. Impressive certainly, but ultimately limited, if not complemented by other disciplines. Those words had initially rankled Naruto, who took pride in the taijutsu mastery he developed alongside Lee. But as their journey progressed, he came to appreciate the wisdom behind them. The gates provided tremendous physical enhancement, but situations frequently arose where subtlety, strategy, or specialized techniques proved more valuable than raw power. Their return to Konoha came on an unremarkable spring morning. The village had changed significantly. Reconstruction after the invasion had modernized many areas, while a new face had been added to the Hokage monument. Tsunade Senju, the legendary slug Sannin and world's foremost medical ninja, now led the Hidden Leaf. "Feels strange, doesn't it?" Jiraiya remarked as they walked through the main gate. "No matter how long you're gone, coming home still hits differently." Naruto nodded, absorbing the familiar yet altered landscape. "I wonder how everyone's doing, Lee, Guy-sensei, and the others." "I'm sure you'll find out soon enough," Jiraiya chuckled. "Word travels fast in a ninja village. I give it 20 minutes before? Naruto!" The enthusiastic shout came from above as a green blur descended from a nearby rooftop, landing with precision directly in their path. Rock Lee stood before them, having grown taller and more muscular during Naruto's absence, though his bowl cut and jumpsuit remained unchanged. "My eternal rival and brother returns," Lee exclaimed, tears already forming in his eyes. "The dojo has felt incomplete without your youthful presence." Before Naruto could respond, he found himself engulfed in a crushing embrace that would have seriously injured a normal shinobi. "Good to see you too, bushy brows," he laughed, returning the hug with equal vigor. "You've gotten stronger." "Naturally." Lee released him, striking a dramatic pose. "Guy-sensei has intensified our training regimen threefold in your absence. But come, everyone is waiting." "Everyone?" Naruto questioned as Lee practically dragged him through the village, Jiraiya following with amused resignation. "Of course. When our lookout spotted you approaching, Guy-sensei activated the welcome protocol." The welcome protocol proved to be a gathering at Training Ground 9, where an elaborate banner reading, "Welcome home Naruto, Youth Returns," stretched between trees. Beneath it stood not just Team Guy, but many of Naruto's former classmates and associates. "Naruto!" Guy's booming voice preceded his appearance as he executed a perfect somersault, landing before his former student with tears streaming down his face. "At last, the prodigal son of youth returns to us." What followed was a whirlwind of greetings and reunions. Tenten had become a weapons specialist of growing renown, while Neji, recently promoted to Jonin, had developed his gentle fist style to unprecedented levels. Konoha's other teams had likewise evolved, Shikamaru serving as a tactical advisor to the Hokage, Sakura training under Tsunade herself, and Sasuke having returned from specialized training with Kakashi. "You've changed," Sasuke observed when they finally had a moment to speak privately. The last Uchiha had grown taller, his features sharper, his eyes holding a focused intensity that hadn't been there before. "Your chakra feels different," Naruto nodded. 3 years on the road with the pervy sage will do that. "What about you? I hear you've been working with Kakashi-sensei on some special training." A small smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. "Let's just say I've developed some techniques that might surprise even you and your gates." The friendly rivalry that had begun during their collaborative training before the Chunin exams had apparently matured into mutual respect. Both had pursued their own paths to power, yet neither seemed intent on proving superiority. A significant evolution from their academy days. As the celebration continued, Guy pulled Naruto aside, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "We should assess your current capabilities, Naruto. 3 years is a long time, and I'm curious to see how Jiraiya's training has affected your gates technique." The following morning, Team Guy and several interested Jonin gathered at a remote training ground specifically reinforced for high-level techniques. Naruto stood in the center, dressed in a modified orange and black outfit that accommodated the physical transformations of the gates. "Begin whenever you're ready," Guy called from a safe distance. "Show us what 3 years with the Sannin has produced." Naruto closed his eyes, centering himself with the meditation techniques Jiraiya had refined. When he opened them, his expression had transformed from casual to intensely focused. First gate, steady state. The transformation was nearly imperceptible. No crimson aura, no visible change except a slight warming of his skin tone and a barely detectable increase in his chakra output. Yet those with sensing abilities immediately noticed the difference. "Remarkable control," Neji observed, his Byakugan active. "He's maintaining the gate at approximately 5% output, enough to enhance his abilities without the typical visual indicators or chakra drain." Second gate, steady state. Again, the change was subtle, an increased vibrancy to his movements, accelerated healing of minor scratches, but none of the dramatic manifestations typically associated with the gates. Guy nodded approvingly. "The steady state technique has been perfected. Most impressive." "That's just the beginning," Naruto replied with a confident smile. "Shadow clone jutsu." 20 perfect duplicates appeared, each maintaining the same steady state gates as the original. Unlike his earlier attempts, where clones would dispel quickly under the strain of gate activation, these maintained perfect stability. "Gate-enhanced clones that don't immediately burn out their chakra," Kakashi remarked from the sidelines. "That alone makes him exponentially more dangerous in prolonged combat." Third gate, life. Here, Naruto shifted from steady state to full activation. The familiar crimson aura erupted around him, his skin darkening as veins bulged across his body. The transformation rippled through his shadow clones simultaneously, creating a small army of gate-enhanced duplicates. Crimson Legion formation. The clones moved with perfect coordination, demonstrating complex taijutsu combinations that would have been impossible for any single practitioner to execute. Each clone operated semi-independently, yet maintained perfect tactical synchronization. "He's directing them all simultaneously," Lee realized, his eyes widening. "Not just creating clones, but functioning as a unified fighting force." The demonstration continued as Naruto showcased techniques developed during his travels. Spiral Gate Strike, a rotation-based attack that combined 8 gates power with Uzumaki-style ceiling theory to create chakra vortices. Sage Detection, a sensory technique that utilized natural energy to enhance perception while in gate states. And most impressively, 9 Crimson Paths, where his clones independently operated different gate levels simultaneously to create a tactical hierarchy. Finally, Naruto dismissed his clones, the crimson aura subsiding as he returned to normal state. "And that's just what I can show in a friendly demonstration," he concluded with a grin. The observing Jonin exchanged impressed glances. Even Guy seemed momentarily speechless before exploding with enthusiasm. "Magnificent! My youthful student has evolved into a taijutsu master worthy of legend?" Tears streamed down his face as he embraced Naruto. "Your growth brings joy to my heart." "You've certainly made good use of your time away," Kakashi observed, his visible eye crinkling in what might have been a smile. "Though I notice you didn't demonstrate beyond the third gate." Naruto's expression grew more serious. "The fourth and fifth gates I've refined significantly, but they're not for demonstration purposes. And beyond that," he exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiraiya. "There are some developments we should discuss privately with Lady Tsunade." That afternoon, in the Hokage's office, Naruto and Jiraiya provided a comprehensive briefing on their journey, including aspects too sensitive for public demonstration. The combination of Naruto's Jinchuriki status and Eight Gates training has produced some unexpected developments, Jiraiya explained, unusually somber, particularly regarding the 6th and 7th gates. Tsunade leaned forward, her medical expertise immediately engaged. "What kind of developments?" "Kurama's chakra interferes with the traditional limitations," Naruto explained, using the Nine-Tails' true name, knowledge he had gained through increasingly complex negotiations with the Fox during his travels. "When I open the higher gates, his chakra automatically flows to prevent permanent damage." Essentially, Jiraiya continued, the physical restrictions the gates are designed to break, the very limitations that make them dangerous, are partially bypassed by the Nine-Tails' regenerative properties. Tsunade's eyes widened as she grasped the implications. "Are you suggesting he can use the higher gates without the typical consequences? Without the risk of death?" "Not without consequences," Naruto clarified. "The pain is still excruciating, and recovery takes time. But yes, I can access the 6th and 7th gates without permanent damage to my chakra network or life-threatening injuries." The room fell silent as the full impact of this revelation settled. The 8 gates technique's primary limitation had always been its destructive effect on the user's body, with each gate beyond the 4th causing increasingly severe damage. For Naruto to bypass this restriction fundamentally changed the technique's strategic value, and the 8th gate? Tsunade finally asked, her medical mind inevitably drawn to the ultimate question. Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged glances before the Elder Sanin answered. "Theoretically possible, but we've never tested it. The Gate of Death earned its name for a reason. Even with the Nine-Tails chakra, the risk remains substantial." "And unnecessary at present," Naruto added firmly. "The 7th gate provides more than enough power for any foreseeable threat." Tsunade studied him thoughtfully. "You've matured, Naruto. The impulsive academy student who would have rushed to master every technique regardless of risk seems to have grown into a more measured shinobi." "I had good teachers," Naruto replied with a small smile. "Guy Sensei taught me the power of hard work and dedication. Jiraiya showed me the importance of patience and strategy. And Lee?" His expression softened. "Lee reminded me that true strength comes from protecting what matters, not just accumulating power." "Speaking of protection," Jiraiya interjected, his tone growing more serious, "we should discuss the Akatsuki situation. Their movements have accelerated during our absence." The briefing shifted to intelligence gathered during their travels, a growing threat from the organization of S-rank missing nin with a mysterious interest in Jinchuriki. Reports of captured hosts from smaller nations had been confirmed, though their ultimate objective remained unclear. "Gaara may be at particular risk," Naruto emphasized. "As Kazakai, he's both more visible and more valuable as a target." This news surprised Tsunade. "Gaara became Kazekage? When did this happen?" "About 6 months ago," Jiraiya explained. "After our seal modification stabilized his control over Shukaku, he underwent a remarkable transformation. His protection of Suna during a border conflict with Stone earned him widespread support, despite his history." Naruto smiled at the memory of their last meeting with the Sand Leader. "He's changed completely. The village that once feared him now sees him as their greatest protector. He's living proof that a Jinchuriki's destiny isn't fixed. As the meeting concluded, Tsunade made several key decisions. Naruto would be promoted to special Jonin status, acknowledging his unique skill set while placing him in a position to lead specialized missions. Additionally, a rapid response protocol would be established for potential Akatsuki encounters, with Naruto designated as a key asset due to his experience with Jinchuriki issues. One last thing, Tsunade added as they prepared to leave. I want you to work with Guy on developing a specialized taijutsu training program. Your gates techniques, particularly the steady-state variations, could be adapted for our special forces. Naruto's expression brightened. You mean teaching others? Creating a formal 8 gates program? Within limits, Tsunade clarified. The full 8 gates technique remains too dangerous for standard implementation. But your modified approaches, the steady-state method, enhanced recovery protocols, and tactical applications, those could significantly improve our combat capabilities. The weeks that followed brought a flurry of activity as Naruto reintegrated into Konoha's shinobi structure. Alongside Guy and Lee, he developed training protocols for selected Jonin and Anbu members, focusing on first and second gate steady-state techniques that could be maintained safely by non-Jinchuriki users. His reunion with Lee evolved into a renewed training partnership, with both pushing each other to new heights. Their sparring sessions became legendary events, drawing spectators from throughout the village as two masters of the 8 gates demonstrated techniques that defied conventional limitations. Your shadow clone integration is most impressive, Lee remarked after one such session, both ninja resting as their gate's powers receded. Though I believe my pure speed still exceeds yours in the 5th gate. Naruto grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. Maybe, but my endurance outlasts yours 3-1. Steady state gates for the win. Their friendly rivalry had matured into something deeper, a brotherhood of shared discipline and mutual respect that transcended competition. Each recognized the other's unique strengths and specializations within their common discipline. This peaceful reintegration period ended abruptly 1 month after Naruto's return, when an emergency message arrived from the Sand Village. Gaara had been attacked by Akatsuki members, engaged in battle to protect his village, and subsequently captured. The message, delivered by a grievously injured Kankuro, requested immediate assistance under the recently formalized alliance between Leaf and Sand. Team Kakashi will deploy immediately, Tsunade declared in the emergency briefing. Naruto, given your history with Gaara and expertise with Jinchuriki issues, you'll join as a special attachment. With respect, Lady Hokage, Guy interjected. I request permission for Team Guy to accompany this mission. Our specialized taijutsu skills may prove crucial against Akatsuki-level opponents. Tsunade considered briefly before nodding. Approved. This is now a joint A-rank rescue operation. Your primary objective is to recover the Kazekage alive. Secondary objective is intelligence gathering on Akatsuki capabilities and objectives. Within an hour, both teams were racing toward the Land of Wind, pushing their physical limits to cover ground as quickly as possible. Naruto maintained first gate steady state throughout the journey, allowing him to match Guy's incredible pace without depleting his chakra reserves. What do we know about the Akatsuki members who took Gaara? Naruto asked as they traveled. Limited information, Kakashi replied. One appears to be Sasori of the Red Sand, a legendary puppeteer who disappeared from Suna years ago. The other is unknown, but demonstrated explosive techniques capable of overwhelming even Gaara's absolute defense. The gravity of this revelation wasn't lost on anyone. Gaara's sand shield had become nearly impenetrable since he gained full control of his abilities. For someone to defeat it suggested power of extraordinary magnitude. 3 days of relentless travel brought them to the Sand Village, where they were briefed on the attack details and provided with tracking information from Kankuro's encounter with the abductors. Using this intelligence and Kakashi's Ninken summoning, they identified an Akatsuki hideout within an underground cavern system near the Land of River's border. They've likely begun extracting the One Tail, Kakashi explained grimly as they approached the sealed cave entrance. Based on intelligence from other Jinchuriki abductions, The process takes approximately 3 days and requires multiple Akatsuki members. Then Gaara might still be alive, Naruto stated, determination hardening his features. We need to break through immediately. The massive boulder blocking the cave entrance proved to be sealed with a 5-point barrier technique, requiring simultaneous removal of multiple tags. Team Guy departed to locate and remove the distant seal tags, while Team Kakashi prepared to breach the main entrance. On my mark, Kakashi instructed once confirmation came that all teams were in position. 3, 2, 1, now! As the distant tags were removed, Sakura's chakra-enhanced punch shattered the boulder, revealing a vast cavern beyond. Inside, a horrifying scene greeted them. Gaara's unconscious form suspended in midair, surrounded by 9 shadowy figures standing on the fingers of a massive statue with multiple eyes. A visible stream of chakra flowed from Gaara into the statue's mouth, carrying with it the unmistakable energy signature of Shukaku. "You're too late," one of the figures announced, a blond man standing on the statue's right thumb. "The extraction is nearly complete." "We still have company, Deidara," another figure noted, a hunched form with a mechanical tail protruding from beneath his cloak. "How annoying." "Gaara!" Naruto shouted, instinctively stepping forward only to be restrained by Kakashi. "Careful," the copy ninja warned. "Those aren't their physical bodies. They're projecting their chakra from remote locations, but at least 2 are here in person." He nodded toward Deidara and the hunched figure. "Sasori, I presume?" "Your reputation precedes you, Kakashi of the Sharingan," the hunched figure replied. "As does your companions. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has become quite famous in certain circles." A ripple of interest passed through the projected figures. "The Nine-Tails?" one of them murmured. "Interesting timing." The apparent leader, a figure with ringed purple eyes, made a subtle gesture. "Sasori, Deidara, delay them. The extraction requires only 10 more minutes. The rest of you, maintain the jutsu." As the shadowy projections refocused on their task, Sasori and Deidara dropped from the statue to block the rescue team's advance. "I'll handle the puppet master," Sakura declared, stepping forward with the confidence of Tsunade's apprentice. "My training has prepared me specifically for combating poison users." "Then the explosive specialist is mine," Naruto stated, his eyes never leaving Gaara's suspended form. "Kakashi-sensei, can you analyze that extraction technique, find a way to interrupt it?" Kakashi nodded, his Sharingan already scanning the complex chakra patterns surrounding the statue. "I'll try, but we need to move quickly." The battle erupted with devastating intensity. Sasori revealed his true form, a human puppet preserved within a mechanical shell, and engaged Sakura with an arsenal of poisoned weapons. Meanwhile, Deidara took to the air on a clay bird, raining explosive projectiles from above. "Second gate, heal. Third gate, life." Naruto's transformation was instantaneous, the crimson aura erupting around him as he launched upward with enough force to crater the ground beneath his feet. Deidara's eyes widened in surprise at Naruto's speed, barely maneuvering his clay mount away from the initial attack. "What interesting chakra," he remarked, his hand mouths chewing clay for his next technique. "Art is an explosion, but your power flares like a miniature sun. How fascinating." "Return Gaara to us," Naruto demanded, creating a dozen gate-enhanced shadow clones that surrounded Deidara in 3-dimensional formation. "Now, I'm afraid that's impossible," Deidara replied, forming hand signs. "The one tail is already mostly extracted. Your friend is essentially dead." The statement triggered something primal in Naruto, a protective rage that resonated with Kurama's chakra. "Fourth gate, pain." The transformation deepened dramatically, his skin darkening to deep crimson as blue-green lightning crackled through his red aura. Veins bulged across his body as the gates released all limitations on his muscles and nervous system. Shadow Clone Barrage, Crimson Star Formation. The clones attacked from all directions simultaneously, each moving faster than most Jonin could track. Deidara's explosive defense shattered several, but the remainder pressed through, landing devastating combinations that sent the Akatsuki member plummeting toward the ground. At the last moment, Deidara substituted himself with a clay clone that detonated with tremendous force, temporarily blinding Naruto and creating distance between them. "Impressive speed," Deidara called from atop a new clay bird. "But futile. Look." He gestured toward the statue, where the chakra stream connecting to Gaara had intensified. The Kazekage's body convulsed once before going completely limp, the last vestiges of Shikaku's chakra flowing into the statue's mouth. Gaara! Naruto's anguished cry echoed through the cavern as he pushed his gates tech to its limit, charging directly at the statue with reckless abandon. Several of the projections dispersed as the extraction completed, leaving only the leader's eyes fixed on Naruto. Interesting. The 8 gates combined with tailed beast chakra. We'll have to account for this in future operations. With that cryptic statement, the remaining projections vanished, leaving only Sasori and Deidara to deal with the enraged Jinchuriki and his team. Mission accomplished, Deidara announced, creating a massive clay bird that seized Gaara's limp body in its talons. Sasori, my man, I'll take our trophy and leave you to handle these pests. Deviating from the plan again, Deidara? Sasori growled, still engaged with Sakura. Your impulsiveness will get you killed someday. Art is spontaneous. Deidara laughed as he escaped through an opening in the cavern's ceiling, Gaara's body dangling beneath his clay creation. 5th gate, limit, open. Naruto's transformation reached new heights as the 5th gate released, his muscles bulging and skin darkening further as the chakra aura intensified to near blinding levels. With a roar that shook the cavern, he launched after Deidara at speeds that left after images in his wake. The pursuit erupted into daylight as Naruto chased Deidara across the desert landscape, his 5th gate power allowing him to literally run on air for brief periods by compressing chakra beneath his feet. Each time he closed distance, Deidara would counter with increasingly powerful explosives, forcing Naruto to dodge or create clone shields. Your determination is admirable, Deidara called back, but pointless. The Kazekage is already dead. We've removed his tailed beast completely. Gaara is more than just a Jinchuriki, Naruto shouted back, his voice distorted by the gate's power. He's my friend. He's the Kazekage. He has people waiting for him. Something in Naruto's words seemed to irritate Deidara. Friend? How sentimental. He was a weapon, just like you, a container for power greater than human comprehension. Now he's an empty vessel, useful only as bait to catch you. The revelation that Gaara's abduction had been partially designed to draw out the Nine Tails triggered a deeper resonance between Naruto's rage and Kurama's chakra. The crimson aura surrounding him took on an orange tint as the fox's energy began leaking through his gates-enhanced chakra network. 6th gate. View. Open. The transformation was unlike anything Naruto had demonstrated before. His muscle fibers tore and regenerated continuously as the 6th gate removed all remaining physical limitations. The chakra surrounding him intensified to a blue-green inferno, shot through with crimson and orange energy that created visible distortions in the air. Morning Peacock. The technique, learned from Guy but modified with Naruto's unique chakra, created a barrage of punches so fast they ignited the air, generating fiery projectiles that homed in on Deidara with unerring precision. The Akatsuki member's eyes widened in genuine alarm as his defensive explosions proved insufficient against the overwhelming assault. One flaming punch connected with the clay bird, shattering it completely and sending both Deidara and Gaara's body plummeting toward the desert floor. Naruto immediately created a shadow clone formation to catch Gaara while he pursued Deidara. The Akatsuki member landed roughly, losing an arm in the process, but immediately prepared his ultimate technique, a massive clay figure that began consuming the landscape around it. If I can't escape, I'll take you with me. My C4 technique will reduce you to molecular dust. Before the technique could fully activate, Team Guy arrived, having completed their barrier removal and rejoined the battle. With perfect synchronization, Guy and Lee engaged Deidara directly, while Neji and Tenten secured Gaara's body from Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto, Guy called out, recognizing the dangerous level of gate activation. Stand down! We have Gaara! But Naruto's consciousness had partially merged with Kurama's rage, the combined power of the 6th gate and tailed beast chakra pushing him toward a berserker state. He killed Gaara, he growled, the whisker marks on his face darkening and elongating. He needs to pay! Naruto! Lee's voice cut through the haze of rage. Remember Guy-sensei's teachings. The true purpose of strength is protection, not vengeance. The familiar words penetrated Naruto's fury, causing him to hesitate just long enough for Guy to execute a decisive strike against Deidara, disabling the Akatsuki member's remaining arm and preventing his suicide technique. As Kakashi and Sakura arrived, having apparently defeated Sasori through a combination of Sakura's antidote expertise and unexpected assistance from an elder sand ninja named Chiyo, Naruto's gates finally receded. The overwhelming power faded, leaving him exhausted but clear-headed as he rushed to where Neji and Tenten had laid Gaara's body. His chakra network is completely inactive, Neji confirmed grimly, his Byakugan scanning the Kazekage's still form. There's no life energy remaining. No, Naruto whispered, kneeling beside his friend. There has to be something we can do. We can't just let him die like this. Lady Chiyo approached slowly, her ancient face lined with sorrow and determination. Perhaps there is one technique, she said softly, a forbidden jutsu of my own creation. Chiyo-sama, Sakura warned, recognizing what the elder was suggesting. That technique requires... I know what it requires, Chiyo interrupted gently. My life for his. A fair exchange, I think. I helped create the weapon that Gaara became. It seems fitting that my final act should be to restore the human he worked so hard to become. Before anyone could protest further, Chiyo placed her hands on Gaara's chest, a soft blue glow emanating from her palms. Reincarnation technique, one's own life restoration, she whispered, her life force visibly transferring into Gaara's body. Is there anything I can do to help? Naruto asked desperately, watching the color slowly return to Gaara's face. Chiyo's eyes met his, a small smile forming. Your chakra, it's extraordinarily potent. Place your hands over mine. Naruto complied immediately, channeling his energy through his palms. The sensation was unlike any technique he'd performed before, not forceful like the gates, but nurturing, a gentle transfer of life energy guided by Chiyo's expertise. Perfect, she murmured as the combined technique strengthened. Your vitality, it reminds me of the first Hokage's legendary healing power. Minutes passed in tense silence as the jutsu worked its miracle. Gradually, Gaara's chest began to rise and fall with shallow breaths, his chakra network reactivating despite the absence of Shukaku. As life returned to the Kazekage, Chiyo's own began to fade. Tell him, she whispered to Naruto, her voice growing weaker, that the future of the shinobi world rests with your generation. Old hatreds, old mistakes, they need not define what comes next. With those words, the legendary puppeteer and elder of the sand closed her eyes for the final time, her sacrifice completing the miracle of Gaara's resurrection. The return to Suna became a solemn procession, mourning for Lady Chiyo, mixed with celebration for their Kazekage's return. When Gaara finally regained consciousness, the first face he saw was Naruto's, watching over him with relief evident in his exhausted features. You came for me, Gaara stated simply, his voice weak but clear. Of course I did, Naruto replied with a tired smile. That's what friends do. Gaara's eyes widened slightly as he became aware of the profound change within himself. Shukaku, he's gone. Yes, Naruto confirmed gently. The Akatsuki extracted him completely. Lady Chiyo gave her life to bring you back. A complex mixture of emotions crossed Gaara's typically stoic features, loss, gratitude, and something that might have been freedom. I feel lighter, like a constant pressure has been lifted. He looked directly at Naruto. Is this how normal people feel all the time? The question, so innocent yet profound, brought unexpected tears to Naruto's eyes. I wouldn't know, he replied with a small laugh. I've still got Kurama. For the first time in their friendship, Gaara initiated physical contact, reaching out to grasp Naruto's hand. Thank you for considering me worth saving. The moment crystallized everything Naruto had learned during his years of training. That true strength came not from mastering techniques or opening gates, but from the connections formed and the lives touched. Guy's philosophy of protection over destruction, Lee's dedication to improvement through hard work, Jiraiya's emphasis on wisdom over raw power, all had led him to this moment, where saving a friend meant more than any battle won or enemy defeated. As the Leaf teams prepared to depart Suna days later, a massive gathering of sand villagers lined the streets to bid them farewell. At their head stood Gaara, formally dressed in his Kazekage robes despite still recovering from his ordeal. The hidden sand is forever in your debt, he announced officially before adding in a quieter tone, especially you, Naruto Uzumaki. You have saved me twice now. First my soul, and now my life. Just returning the favor, Naruto replied with a grin. Your control over Shukaku showed me that Jinchuriki could master their tailed beasts. That changed everything for me. As they clasped arms in farewell, Gaara added solemnly, Be careful, the Akatsuki will target you next. They spoke of capturing all the tailed beasts for some greater purpose. Let them try, Naruto responded, confidence evident in his stance. I've got something they haven't counted on. Your gates technique? Gaara questioned. Naruto shook his head. Something far more powerful. He gestured to the assembled teams, Guy, Lee, Neji, Tenten, Kakashi, Sakura, and the others. I have people to protect and who protect me in return. That's a strength Akatsuki will never understand. As they departed across the desert, Lee fell into step beside Naruto. Your sixth gate activation was most impressive during the battle, he observed. But also concerning, the mixture with the nine tails of chakra seemed volatile. Naruto nodded soberly. It was. I nearly lost control. If you hadn't called out to me when you did. That is why we trained together, Lee replied simply, to remind each other of our purpose when the power threatens to overwhelm it. Guy, overhearing their conversation, placed a hand on each of their shoulders. The highest expression of the 8 gates is not destruction but protection, he stated, uncharacteristically serious. You both demonstrated that truth magnificently during this mission. As they continued homeward, Naruto reflected on how far he had come from the academy dropout who couldn't even create a basic clone. The path of the 8 gates had given him more than just power. It had provided a philosophy, a brotherhood, and a purpose that transcended his original goal of simple acknowledgement. The challenges ahead remained formidable. Akatsuki would undoubtedly continue their hunt for the tailed beasts. The secrets behind the strange statue used in the extraction process required investigation, and somewhere in the shadows, Orochimaru still pursued his own mysterious agenda. But for the first time, Naruto felt truly prepared to face these threats. Not because of the gates he could open or the chakra he could wield, but because of the bonds he had formed and the clear purpose that guided him. The will of fire that the third Hokage had spoken of had found its expression in his own ninja way. As Konoha's gates appeared on the horizon, Naruto made a silent promise to himself, to his mentors, and to those who would depend on him in the battles to come. The power of the 8 gates would never be used for destruction or vengeance, only for protection and justice. That was his ninja way, the path of the Crimson Guardian of the Hidden Leaf. 2 years after Gaara's rescue, Naruto stood atop the Hokage monument, watching dawn break over a transformed Hidden Leaf village. At 17, he had grown both in stature and reputation. His distinctive appearance, spiky blonde hair, whisker markings, and the crimson-edged coat he'd adopted, now recognized throughout the 5 great nations. Beautiful view, a voice remarked as Jiraiya joined him at the overlook. Worth getting up early for. Naruto smiled, acknowledging his mentor with a nod. I come here to think sometimes. Helps me maintain perspective. The Sanin studied his former student with thoughtful eyes. Recent years had been filled with relentless challenges. Akatsuki's continued pursuit of the tailed beasts, political tensions between nations, and the emergence of new threats that tested even Konoha's finest. Through it all, Naruto had evolved from promising genin to elite jonin, his unique combination of 8 gates mastery and tailed beast power placing him among the village's most valuable assets. The council meeting is in an hour, Jiraiya reminded him. Tsunade was quite insistent about your attendance. Naruto sighed, his expression growing more serious. Another strategy session about Akatsuki? Or is it the rumors from the Land of Iron this time? Both, I suspect, Jiraiya replied. Plus something else. There's been discussion about a new position for you. This caught Naruto's attention. What kind of position? You'll have to attend to find out, Jiraiya answered with a cryptic smile. But I think you'll find it intriguing. As they made their way through the awakening village, civilians and ninja alike greeted Naruto with respectful nods or enthusiastic waves. The days of fearful glances and whispered insults had long since passed, replaced by genuine admiration earned through years of service and sacrifice. The Hokage's council chamber was already filled when they arrived. Tsunade at the head of the table, flanked by her advisors and the heads of Konoha's major clans. Guy and Kakashi were present, along with several Anbu commanders and intelligence specialists. "Good you're here," Tsunade acknowledged as Naruto and Jiraiya took their seats. "We can begin." The meeting opened with updates on known Akatsuki movements. The Two Tails and Three Tails had been captured in recent months, bringing the organization's confirmed tally to 5-tailed beasts. Intelligence suggested they required all 9 for their ultimate objective, though the nature of that goal remained frustratingly unclear. "Their pattern suggests they're saving the 9 tails for last," Shikaku Nara observed, studying the tactical map, possibly due to its power level or some requirement of their sealing technique. "Which buys us time," Tsunade noted, "but doesn't solve the fundamental problem. We need to neutralize Akatsuki before they complete their collection." The discussion shifted to recent intelligence about a summit of the 5 Kage, called by the neutral Land of Iron to address the Akatsuki threat. As a relatively new Kage, Tsunade would be attending her first such gathering. "This presents an unprecedented opportunity for cooperation," she explained. "If the 5 great nations united against Akatsuki, even an organization of S-rank missing 9 would be overwhelmed." "Assuming such cooperation is possible," Homura Mitokado, one of the elders, interjected skeptically, "historical animosities run deep." "Which brings us to our next order of business," Tsunade continued, her gaze shifting to Naruto. "The position of sage diplomat." Murmurs rippled through the chamber as Naruto straightened in his seat. "Sage diplomat?" Tsunade nodded. "A new role I'm creating, inspired by the third Hokage's vision of cooperative peace. The position requires someone respected across village boundaries, someone who can bridge divides that traditional diplomats cannot." She leaned forward, her expression serious. "I'm offering you this position, Naruto. Your work with Gaara and the Sand Village demonstrated your unique ability to forge connections that transcend political boundaries. Your reputation has spread throughout the nations, and your unique skill set makes you capable of operating in situations that would overwhelm conventional envoys." The proposal stunned Naruto into momentary silence. His path had always been oriented toward becoming Hokage himself someday, a goal born from his childhood desire for acknowledgement. Yet this role offered something different but equally meaningful, the chance to directly shape relations between the nations, serving as a bridge builder who could transcend traditional political boundaries. "You would be Konoha's representative at the 5 Kage Summit," Tsunade continued, "but with a broader mandate to foster alliances against common threats. Your experiences with Gaara have proven you can connect with other Jinchuriki, and your reputation has spread far enough that even feudal lords know your name." Naruto considered the proposal, his mind racing. "This is about more than just diplomacy, isn't it? You want me visible but mobile, not tied to the village where Akatsuki could target me directly." A flicker of surprise crossed Tsunade's face before she nodded in acknowledgement. "Partially, yes. Your unique abilities make you both our greatest asset and a prime target. This role would allow you to serve the village while remaining a moving target. And potentially gather intelligence on Akatsuki movements firsthand," Shikaku added, his strategic mind already calculating the advantages. Guy, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. "If I may, Lady Hokage, while Naruto's youthful spirit and diplomatic achievements are undeniable, sending him alone into potentially hostile territories seems unnecessarily risky." "He wouldn't be alone," Tsunade clarified. "The position includes selecting a personal team. I assumed you and Lee would be his first choices, given your shared specialties." The suggestion immediately brightened Guy's expression. "The Crimson Brotherhood, reunited for a mission of peace and protection. How magnificently youthful." Kakashi sighed at his eternal rival's enthusiasm, but added supportively, "It's a solid arrangement. Their complementary techniques and established teamwork would provide optimal security while maintaining diplomatic flexibility." As the discussion continued, outlining the parameters and expectations of the new role, Naruto found himself struck by how far he'd come. From village pariah to respected jonin to now potentially representing Konoha on the international stage, it was a journey he could scarcely have imagined during his academy days. "I accept," he announced when Tsunade finally asked for his decision. But with one condition. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to him expectantly. I want to include training protocols for identifying and supporting potential Jinchuriki allies as part of my mandate, Naruto stated firmly. If Akatsuki is hunting tailed beasts, our best defense is uniting their hosts. Tsunade studied him for a moment before nodding. Agreed. Draft your proposed protocols for review, and we'll incorporate them into your official charter. As the meeting concluded and attendees filed out, Guy approached Naruto with uncharacteristic solemnity. A momentous responsibility has been placed upon your shoulders, my former student. How do you feel? Naruto smiled, genuine appreciation in his expression. Honored, nervous, but mostly grateful for everything you taught me that made this possible. Guy's eyes immediately welled with tears. Such beautiful sentiments, he exclaimed, emotional restraint abandoned as he engulfed Naruto in a bone-crushing hug. The student becomes the master. The cycle of youth continues. Lee, who had been waiting outside the council chamber, joined them with similar enthusiasm. Naruto, I've heard the wonderful news. Diplomatic service together will surely fan our flames of youth to unprecedented heights. As Guy and Lee celebrated with characteristic exuberance, Kakashi approached more sedately. Congratulations on the appointment, he offered with a casual nod. Though I suspect you'll find diplomatic missions require skills beyond even the 8 gates. Meaning? Naruto questioned. Patience, restraint, cultural sensitivity. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in what might have been a smile. Qualities not typically associated with Team Guy's training regimen. Naruto laughed, acknowledging the point. Good thing I had you and Jiraiya to balance things out then. Preparations for the new role consumed the following weeks. Beyond selecting his team, Guy and Lee as primary companions, with Tenten and Neji available for specialized missions, Naruto found himself immersed in diplomatic protocols, international etiquette, and detailed briefings on the political landscape of each major nation. The Raikage is particularly wary of Konoha's intentions, Shikaku explained during one such session. A's brother, Killer B, is the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and possibly Kumo's most valuable asset. He'll be suspicious of any overtures regarding Jinchuriki cooperation. And the Tsuchikage? Naruto asked, studying the map of potential diplomatic routes. Onoki is the oldest serving Kage with the longest memory of inter-village conflicts, Shikaku replied. Suspicious by nature and extremely protective of Earth Country's interests, his participation in any alliance will come with significant conditions. The complexity of the diplomatic landscape was daunting, but Naruto approached it with the same determination he'd applied to mastering the 8 gates. Each morning began with physical training alongside Lee, maintaining their taijutsu skills and gate techniques. Afternoons were dedicated to diplomatic studies and intelligence briefings, while evenings often found him meditating to maintain his unique connection with Kurama. The Nine-Tails had become an increasingly cooperative partner since the Gaara rescue mission, their relationship evolving from antagonistic to cautiously collaborative. While not truly friendly, they had reached an understanding based on mutual benefit and shared threats. The Akatsuki leader possesses the Rinnegan, Kurama had revealed during one of their mental conversations, the same legendary visual prowess as the Sage of Six Paths, who first divided my chakra into 9 separate beasts. This crucial intelligence, shared with Konoha's leadership, had dramatically shifted their understanding of Akatsuki's capabilities and potential objectives. If they sought to reunite the tailed beasts under the control of a Rinnegan user, the implications were apocalyptic. 3 days before their departure for the Land of Iron, where the 5 Kage summit would be held, Naruto received an unexpected summons to Training Ground 11, a secluded area normally reserved for Anbu exercises. There he found Guy waiting alone, his typically exuberant demeanor replaced by unusual seriousness. "Sensei?" Naruto questioned, immediately alert to the change. "Is something wrong?" Guy shook his head, gesturing for Naruto to join him in the center of the clearing. "Nothing is wrong, but before you embark on this new path, there is one final lesson I must impart." The solemnity in Guy's voice was so uncharacteristic that Naruto found himself approaching with caution. "What kind of lesson?" "The most important one," Guy replied, assuming a stance Naruto had never seen him use before. the true nature of the eighth gate. Naruto's eyes widened. In all their years of training, Guy had been adamant about never demonstrating the gate of death, considering it too dangerous to be used except in the most dire circumstances. "I thought you said that I would never teach you this technique directly," Guy completed his sentence. "And I won't. But as you prepare to represent our village at the highest levels, you must understand exactly what this ultimate technique entails, both its power and its cost." Guy's expression was solemn as he continued. "I've consulted with Lady Tsunade, and she agrees. Your unique physiology as both an Uzumaki and a Jinchuriki might allow you to survive what would kill any other user. But that theoretical possibility makes understanding the technique even more crucial." "You're going to show me the eighth gate?" Naruto asked, scarcely believing what he was hearing. "No," Guy shook his head firmly. "I'm going to show you the preparation and initial release only, enough for you to comprehend its nature without endangering either of us. The full activation would still be fatal for me." What followed was unlike any training session they had previously shared. With methodical precision, Guy demonstrated the specialized breathing techniques, chakra circulation patterns, and mental focus required to approach the final gate. Each step was explained in exhaustive detail, with particular emphasis on the physiological transformations that occurred as the body prepared for what was essentially a controlled self-destruction. "The eighth gate fundamentally differs from the previous 7, Guy explained as he moved through preparatory stances. The earlier gates remove limitations on the body's existing systems. The eighth gate transforms the body itself, converting all cellular energy and life force into pure chakra." Naruto watched intently, his sensory abilities, enhanced through years of training, allowing him to perceive the subtle changes in Guy's chakra network. "It's like you're creating a completely different energy system." "Precisely," Guy nodded approvingly. "The technique was originally developed by studying how tailed beasts convert life energy into chakra. It's a temporary, artificial recreation of that natural ability, which is why only Jinchuriki like yourself might potentially survive it." As the demonstration progressed, Guy allowed his chakra to approach the threshold of the eighth gate without actually opening it. Even this preparation phase generated enough power to create visible distortions in the air around him, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the pressure. "The full release," Guy explained, carefully maintaining control, "generates power comparable to a tailed beast transformation. But unlike your partnership with the Nine Tails, this power burns through the user's life force irreversibly. Blood evaporates into steam, muscle fibers ignite, bones calcify instantly from the heat." Naruto's expression grew increasingly somber as he grasped the full implications. "And you think I could survive this because—" "3 factors," Guy replied, gradually releasing the built-up energy and returning to normal state. "Your Uzumaki vitality, which naturally provides exceptional life force and regeneration. Kurama's involuntary healing, which activates even against your will when facing mortal danger. And most importantly, your unique steady-state technique, which might potentially modulate the gate's fatal aspects." He approached Naruto, placing both hands on his former student's shoulders. "But understand this clearly. Even with these advantages, attempting the eighth gate would be gambling with your life. The theory that you could survive remains just that, a theory." Naruto nodded solemnly. "I understand, Sensei, and I promise I won't attempt it except in the most extreme circumstances." Guy studied him for a long moment before his serious expression finally gave way to his characteristic grin. "Good, now with that solemn business concluded, we should focus on preparing for your diplomatic debut. The 5 Hokage Summit awaits the youthful Crimson Diplomats." The journey to the Land of Iron began 2 days later, with Naruto, Guy, and Lee traveling northward through Fire Country toward the neutral, samurai-controlled territory where the summit would be held. Their diplomatic status granted them official passage through normally restricted areas, though Naruto insisted on maintaining a vigilant guard rotation throughout the journey. Akatsuki has proven they can infiltrate even the most secure locations, he reminded his companions as they established camp on their 3rd night of travel. And this summit will gather the most powerful figures in the shinobi world in one place. A tempting target indeed, Lee agreed, setting perimeter seals designed to alert them to intruders, though the Land of Iron's neutrality is historically respected by all nations. Akatsuki doesn't respect boundaries, Naruto replied, activating First Gate Steady State to enhance his sensory perception during his watch shift. And we can't afford to take chances. His caution proved prescient the following morning, when his enhanced senses detected a disturbance in the surrounding forest. Chakra signatures moving too deliberately to be wildlife, too synchronized to be ordinary travelers. 3 o'clock, approximately 200 meters, he murmured to Guy as they packed their camp. 4 signatures, Chunin level or above, maintaining surveillance formation. Guy nodded almost imperceptibly. Lee is aware. Standard Protocol 17? Agreed. Execute on my mark. Protocol 17, developed during their years of joint missions, was a specialized counter-surveillance technique designed to identify and neutralize observers without alerting them to detection. Through carefully choreographed movements that appeared casual to observers, the 3 positioned themselves strategically around the camp. "Mark," Naruto murmured when all were in position. What followed happened in seconds. All 3 simultaneously activated First Gate, their enhanced speed allowing them to close the distance to their observers before the surveillance team could react. With precise, non-lethal strikes, they incapacitated the 4-person squad, quickly securing them for interrogation. "Cloud Ninja," Lee observed, examining their headbands. "Advanced scouts, perhaps?" The lead scout, a seasoned Chunin with lightning-style chakra modifications, glared defiantly as Naruto approached. "We're operating in neutral territory with full authorization. This attack constitutes an international incident." "Surveillance of an official diplomatic envoy constitutes the same," Naruto countered calmly. "But we can avoid unnecessary complications. Why is the Hokage having us tracked?" The man's surprise at being identified so precisely was evident. After a momentary internal struggle, he relented. "Standard protocol. All delegations approaching the summit are under observation. The Hokage takes security seriously since the attempted abduction of his brother." "Attempted abduction?" Guy questioned sharply. "When did this occur?" 10 days ago, the scout replied, seemingly deciding cooperation was his best option. 2 Akatsuki members, Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, tried to capture Killer B. They were repelled, but the Hokage is concerned about security. The revelation sent a chill through Naruto. Akatsuki is actively hunting Jinchuriki during the summit preparations. That can't be coincidental. After extracting what additional intelligence they could, minimal, as the scouts were merely following orders rather than privy to high-level information, they released the Cloud Ninja with a diplomatic message for the Hokage. The Leaf delegation acknowledged his security concerns and proposed direct coordination upon arrival. "This changes our approach," Naruto decided as they resumed their journey at an accelerated pace. If Akatsuki attempted to capture the 8 tails, they're advancing their timetable. "And potentially planning something during the summit itself," Guy added grimly. "When else would all 5 Kaji be vulnerable simultaneously?" Their arrival at the Land of Iron 3 days later revealed unprecedented security measures surrounding the summit location. Samurai patrols monitored all approaches to the fortress-like structure, while sensor-type ninja from each village maintained constant surveillance for chakra disturbances. The Leaf delegation was escorted to designated quarters within the complex, where they found Tsunade already engaged in preliminary discussions with her counterparts. She summoned Naruto immediately upon receiving word of their arrival. "Your timing is excellent," she remarked as he entered her private chamber. "The formal sessions begin tomorrow, but tensions are already running high. The Hokage is practically calling for war against Akatsuki after the attempt on his brother." "We encountered their scouts," Naruto informed her, sharing details of their journey. "Cloud is monitoring all approaches, presumably on the Hokage's orders." Tsunade nodded, unsurprised. A is not known for subtlety. His brother's safety is his primary concern. Diplomatic niceties be damned. She studied Naruto thoughtfully. "I want you to meet with Killer B before the formal sessions begin. Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki, outside official channels." "Is that wise?" Naruto questioned. "The Hokage might see it as interference." The Raikage is currently meeting with the Tsuchikage, Tsunade replied with a slight smile. And B has expressed interest in meeting Crimson Fox Boy who saved Gaara since learning of your arrival. This may be our best opportunity to establish a direct connection. The meeting was arranged discreetly with Naruto and Lee, Guy remaining with Tsunade as additional security, being escorted to a secluded training area within the complex where Killer B awaited. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki proved nothing like Naruto had expected, greeting them with an elaborate rap and fist bump that left Lee utterly confused. Yo, Leaf Ninja with the 9 inside! Your reputation's strong, can't be denied. B greeted enthusiastically. Save the Kazekage from certain doom, now we meet in this summit room. Despite his eccentric communication style, B's power was immediately apparent to Naruto's enhanced senses. The Eight Tails chakra flowed through him differently than Kurama's did through Naruto, more harmonized, less constrained, suggesting a partnership far more developed than even Naruto's improving relationship with his tailed beast. You fully mastered your tailed beast, Naruto observed, impressed. Complete synchronization. B grinned, appreciating the recognition. The Hachibi and I were perfectly aligned. Complete transformation, 2 minds combined. The conversation that followed proved invaluable, with B demonstrating techniques for tailed beast cooperation that Naruto had never considered. Unlike Gaara's forced dominance over Shukaku or Naruto's negotiated partnership with Kurama, B and Yuki had achieved true symbiosis, functioning as partners rather than host and prisoner. Harmony's key to unlock the beast's might, B explained, momentarily setting aside his rhyming. Respect goes both ways in this internal fight. Within Naruto's mindscape, Kurama growled with reluctant acknowledgement. Octopus always was the reasonable one, he muttered, though his host's rapping is torture enough to make anyone cooperative. The exchange was interrupted by a sudden explosion that shook the entire complex, followed by alarms blaring throughout the structure. B's expression instantly shifted from playful to serious. Trouble's brewing. No time to waste. Let's move toward danger at rapid pace. They rushed toward the source of the disturbance, the main conference chamber where the 5 Kaji had gathered for preliminary discussions. Corridors filled with samurai rushing to defensive positions, while sensors reported a massive chakra disturbance at the summit's center. When they finally reached the chamber, they found a scene of controlled chaos. The central table had been destroyed, with the Raikage standing protectively near his brother, his right arm crackling with lightning chakra. The other Kage had assumed defensive positions, while at the center of the room stood a swirling vortex from which emerged a masked figure in an Akatsuki cloak. Right on time, the masked man observed as Naruto and Lee entered. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki joins us. Now our gathering is complete. Who are you? The Raikage demanded, his massive frame tense for combat. How did you penetrate our security? I am no one, the masked figure replied cryptically. A ghost, a memory, or perhaps just a messenger. He turned slowly, addressing the assembled Kage collectively. You may call me Madara Uchiha. The name sent shockwaves through the chamber. Madara Uchiha, co-founder of the Hidden Leaf, legendary shinobi thought dead for generations, possessor of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was a figure of almost mythical status in ninja history. Impossible, Tsunade declared firmly. Madara Uchiha died fighting the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Did I? The masked man questioned, his single visible eye revealing the spiraling pattern of a Sharingan. History is written by the victors, after all. But I didn't come to debate my identity. I came to issue a declaration. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier as Madara continued. The era of the 5 great nations is ending. I have collected 7 of the 9-tailed beasts already. Soon, I will possess them all, including those within the 8 and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto felt Kurama's chakra surge reactively within him, the fox's anger palpable at the man's declaration. Madara, the 9 Tails growled within his mindscape. The scent is different, but the chakra. I know this chakra. He controlled me once before. What do you intend to do with the tailed beasts? The Tsuchikage demanded, his ancient frame belying the power still evident in his stance. Initiate the Moon's Eye plan, Madara replied simply. I will reunite the fragmented chakra of the 10 Tails, become its Jinchuriki, and cast an infinite Tsukuyomi upon the world. All conflict will end. All suffering will cease, eternal peace through eternal dream. The magnitude of this declaration, the casual revelation of a plan to essentially enslave the entire world in genjutsu, left even the Kage momentarily speechless. "You're insane," the Mizukage finally stated, her voice cool despite the tension evident in her posture. "And outnumbered. Even with your Sharingan, you cannot hope to defeat all 5 Kage simultaneously." "I didn't come to fight," Madara clarified. "Not today. I came to offer a choice: surrender the remaining Jinchuriki willingly, or face the 4th Great Ninja War." The Raikage's patience finally shattered. With a roar of fury, he launched himself at Madara, his lightning-enhanced punch aimed directly at the masked figure's heart, only to pass through him completely, as if striking a mirage. "Interesting," Madara observed calmly as the Raikage crashed into the wall behind him. "I extend an offer of peace, and your immediate response is violence. Perhaps this demonstrates why my plan is necessary." Before anyone else could attack, Naruto stepped forward, his expression resolute. "Your plan won't work," he stated confidently, drawing all eyes in the room. "Even if you captured all 9-tailed beasts, you'd still fail." Madara's masked face turned toward him. "Oh, and why is that 9 tails, Jinchuriki?" "Because the tailed beasts aren't just chakra weapons to be collected," Naruto replied, thinking of Gaara, B, and his own evolving relationship with Kurama. "They're sentient beings with their own wills, and they would rather die than serve someone like you again." Inside his mindscape, Kurama's surprise at these words was palpable. For the first time, Naruto had publicly acknowledged the tailed beasts not as tools or burdens, but as individuals deserving of respect. Madara studied him for a long moment before responding. "Interesting perspective. Naive, but interesting. The Sage of 6 Paths himself would appreciate such sentiment." His voice hardened, but ultimately irrelevant. "The tailed beasts were created to be reunited. I am merely fulfilling their original purpose." "That's not for you to decide," Naruto countered, feeling Kurama's chakra resonating with his own conviction. "And we won't let it happen." "We?" Madara questioned. "You speak as though you have unified the 5 great nations already, yet I see nothing but ancient rivals forced together by circumstance." He gestured around the room. How quickly would this temporary alliance fracture if the immediate threat were removed? How soon would old hatreds resurface? The uncomfortable silence that followed suggested his words had struck a nerve. Despite the common threat Akatsuki represented, generations of conflict and mistrust between the villages could not be erased overnight. "Nevertheless," Madara concluded, stepping back toward the swirling vortex, "my declaration stands. Surrender the 8 and 9 tails Jinchuriki, or prepare for war. You have 1 week to decide." With those words, he vanished into the dimensional distortion, which collapsed upon itself, leaving no trace of his presence except the destroyed conference table and the heavy implications of his ultimatum. In the tense silence that followed, it was the Tsuchikage who spoke first. "Well," Onoki observed dryly, "that complicates matters considerably." An emergency council convened immediately, with the 5 Kage and their most trusted advisors gathering in a secure chamber. As Konoha's sage diplomat, Naruto was included despite protests from some delegations about a Jinchuriki's presence during strategic discussions. "He stays," Tsunade declared firmly. "Naruto isn't just a Jinchuriki, he's our foremost expert on tailed beast matters and has direct experience countering Akatsuki. His insight is invaluable." The debate that followed was heated, with initial positions falling along predictable lines. The Raikage advocated immediate military mobilization, while the Tsuchikage counseled caution and strategic assessment. The Mizukage proposed a defensive consolidation of forces, and the Kazekage, Gaara, who had matured into a thoughtful leader despite his youth, suggested a combined approach prioritizing Jinchuriki protection while preparing for potential conflict. "This Madara claims to possess 7-tailed beasts already," Gaara noted, his calm voice cutting through the increasingly chaotic discussion. "That would leave only the 8 and 9 tails outside his control. Logically, Killer Bee and Naruto should be our highest protection priority." "Hide our strongest weapons when war approaches?" the Raikage countered incredulously. "Bee and the 9 tails Jinchuriki are our most powerful assets against Akatsuki." "We're not weapons," Naruto interjected firmly. We're shinobi with unique abilities, yes, but reducing us to living chakra batteries is exactly how Madara views us. The Raikage's expression darkened at the interruption, but Tsunade gestured for Naruto to continue. Furthermore, Naruto added, if Madara truly possesses seven-tailed beasts already, we need to understand exactly what that means. As someone who's faced multiple Akatsuki members directly and studied their tailed beast extraction technique, I can provide context others can't. To his surprise, it was Gaara who supported him most strongly. Naruto Uzumaki saved my life when Akatsuki extracted Shukaku, he reminded the assembly. His understanding of Jinchuriki issues is unparalleled. We should hear him out. Thus granted the floor, Naruto outlined what they knew of Akatsuki's extraction process, the specialized statue they employed, and the potential capabilities of someone controlling multiple tailed beasts simultaneously. His briefing, supplemented by intelligence from Jiraiya's network and first-hand observations during the Gaara rescue mission, painted a sobering picture of the threat they faced. Based on everything we know, he concluded, Madara's claim about recreating the Ten Tails is theoretically possible. The tailed beasts originated from a single entity divided by the Sage of Six Paths. Recombining them would require extraordinary sealing techniques, but with the Rinnegan. So you believe his threat is credible? The Mizukage questioned, her typically composed features showing rare concern. I believe he has both the intention and the capability, Naruto confirmed. But I also believe we have advantages he doesn't fully appreciate. Such as? The Tsuchikage prompted skeptically. First, unprecedented cooperation between the five great nations, something that hasn't occurred in generations. Second, advanced intelligence on his techniques and objectives. And third, Naruto's expression hardened with determination. Jinchuriki, who are partners with their tailed beasts rather than just their jailers. He glanced toward Killer Bee, who nodded in agreement. Eight Tails and I are tight. Our power combined just right. Nine Tails, Jinchuriki speaks truth. We're not weapons, but living proof. The discussion gradually shifted from debate over Madara's credibility to strategic planning for the conflict ahead. By dawn, a historic agreement had been reached, the formation of the Allied Shinobi Forces, a unified army combining elements from all five great nations under joint command. This will be the first time in history that the five great nations have truly united, Gaara observed as the meeting concluded. Regardless of the outcome, that alone makes this summit significant. As the Kaji departed to communicate the decision to their respective villages and begin mobilization, Tsunade pulled Naruto aside for a private word. You represented Konoha admirably, she told him, genuine approval in her voice. Your presentation was clear, factual, and persuasive without being alarmist. Exactly what was needed. Thank you, Lady Hokage, Naruto replied, the formal address feeling appropriate given the gravity of the situation. What happens now? War preparations, Tsunade answered grimly. The Allied forces will establish forward operating bases along strategic borders. You, however, have a different assignment. Naruto's brow furrowed questioningly. You and B are indeed our most valuable assets against Madara, Tsunade explained. But you're also his primary targets. The Allied Forces Command has decided that both of you should be temporarily secured in a protected location while our forces prepare. You want us to hide? Naruto asked incredulously. While everyone else fights? Not hide, Tsunade corrected firmly. Train. Specifically, I want you to work with B on perfecting your tailed beast control. If Madara succeeds in forming the Ten Tails, we'll need both of you at your absolute peak power to have any chance of stopping him. Before Naruto could protest further, she raised a hand to silence him. This isn't open for debate, Naruto. The decision has been made at the highest level. You and B will depart for the Island Turtle facility tomorrow under guard. The Island Turtle proved to be exactly what its name suggested. A massive, island-sized turtle maintained by the Cloud Village as a mobile training facility. Its constantly changing location and natural energy field made it virtually undetectable by conventional tracking techniques, providing the ideal secure environment for Jinchuriki training. Naruto, Guy, and Lee joined Killer Bee and his Cloud Village escorts on the journey to this extraordinary facility, their interactions with the eccentric Eight Tails Jinchuriki growing from bewildered tolerance to genuine camaraderie as the days passed. Your taijutsu style's tight, gates burning bright, B observed during an impromptu training session aboard the transport vessel. But tailed beast powers the ultimate fight. They're complementary approaches, Naruto explained, demonstrating how his steady-state gates technique enhanced his chakra control when accessing Kurama's power. The gates provide precision and enhancement to my own abilities. Kurama's chakra provides raw power and endurance. B nodded thoughtfully before responding with unexpected seriousness. Two sources of strength, carefully aligned, that's the path to power most refined. Upon reaching the island turtle, they were escorted to specialized training chambers deep within the facility. Here, B revealed the true purpose of their seclusion. Intensive training to achieve complete tailed beast transformation, a level of Jinchuriki mastery far beyond Naruto had previously accomplished. Complete transformation? Naruto questioned as B outlined the training regimen. You mean taking Kurama's full form? Yo, that's right, the final stage! When you and your beast share the same page. B confirmed enthusiastically. Full access to power, complete control too. That's what I'm here to teach to you. The training began immediately, with B demonstrating his own perfect transformation, his human form expanding into the massive 8-tailed ox-octopus hybrid that was Juki's true appearance. The transformation was fluid, controlled, and maintained perfect consciousness. Nothing like the berserk state Naruto had experienced during moments of extreme emotion when Kurama's chakra had leaked through. First step's the hardest. Face your beast inside, B explained after returning to human form. Confront the darkness. Let nothing hide. He means you must challenge Kurama directly for his chakra. Juki's voice emerged from B, the 8 tails speaking through his host with practiced ease. Not negotiate or bargain as you've done previously, but actually separate his chakra from his consciousness. The prospect was daunting. Naruto's relationship with Kurama had improved significantly over the years, evolving from antagonistic to cautiously cooperative, but this went far beyond their existing arrangement. It would require physically confronting the 9 tails within his mindscape and forcibly extracting his chakra, essentially an internal battle for dominance. There has to be another way, Naruto argued, uncomfortable with the inherently adversarial approach. Kurama and I have been building trust. This would destroy that progress. Trust? Kurama's voice rumbled within his mindscape, clearly listening to the external conversation. Is that what you think we have, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto frowned at the fox's mocking tone. We've been working together for years now. You've lent me your chakra willingly numerous times. Out of self-preservation, not trust, Kurama countered. Do not mistake pragmatism for partnership. The exchange highlighted the complexity of their relationship. Despite years of cooperation, fundamental trust remained elusive, a reality Naruto had perhaps been reluctant to fully acknowledge. B, sensing the internal dialogue, approached with uncharacteristic gentleness. Each beast and host find their own way. What worked for me might lead you astray. Over the following days, Naruto consulted with Guy and Lee, seeking their perspective on this crucial decision. As masters of the 8 gates, they understood better than most the ethical implications of forcibly accessing power versus earning it through mutual respect. The 8 gates technique is fundamentally about self-mastery, Guy observed thoughtfully, unlocking one's own limitations through discipline and training. What B suggests is something different, imposing your will upon another sentient being. Yet the circumstances are unprecedented, Lee countered. If Madara succeeds in creating the 10 tails, the entire world faces enslavement. Perhaps extraordinary measures are justified? The philosophical debate might have continued indefinitely, if not for the arrival of urgent news from the outside world. Despite the island turtle's isolation, a specialized communication team maintained contact with Allied Forces headquarters, bringing reports of the rapidly escalating conflict. Madara had made good on his threat, launching simultaneous attacks on multiple nations using resurrected legendary shinobi controlled through a technique called Edo Tensei. The Allied shinobi forces had mobilized in response, with battles raging across the continent. Casualties mounted daily, with frontline reports describing enemies who couldn't be permanently defeated due to the regenerative properties of the resurrection technique. Most alarmingly, Intelligence confirmed that Madara had begun the process of synchronizing the 7 captured tailed beasts, preparing for the Ten Tails revival. The timeline had accelerated dramatically, with analysts now estimating they had days rather than weeks before the transformation would be attempted. "We're out of time for philosophical debates," Naruto declared after reading the latest intelligence briefing. "I need to master this technique immediately, whatever it takes." B nodded solemnly. When the world's at stake, tough choices arise. Victory demands the ultimate prize. That evening, Naruto entered the specialized containment chamber designed for Jinchuriki training, a massive, reinforced structure capable of withstanding tailed beast transformation. Guy and Lee positioned themselves as guardians outside, ready to intervene if the process went catastrophically wrong, while B guided Naruto through the preliminary meditation techniques. Journey inward, face your beast with might, extract his power, claim what's right. Within his mindscape, Naruto approached the massive gate behind which Kurama resided. The Nine Tails watched his approach with narrowed eyes, clearly aware of his intentions. "So you've chosen the path of dominance after all," the fox observed, his massive form shifting behind the bars. "I expected better from you, Naruto Uzumaki." "I haven't chosen anything yet," Naruto replied, stopping before the gate. "I came to talk first." "Talk?" Kurama laughed bitterly. "While your kind slaughters each other outside, while Madara prepares to enslave my siblings? What could we possibly have to discuss at this late hour?" "Partnership," Naruto answered simply. "Real partnership, not just pragmatic cooperation." The Nine Tails' eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Explain." "The 8 and Nine Tails are all that stand between Madara and complete victory," Naruto began. "If he captures us, he forms the Ten Tails and enslaves the world, including all tailed beasts forever." "I am well aware of the stakes," Kurama growled impatiently. "Then you know we need your full power, not just the portions you grudgingly shared before," Naruto continued. "Ba and Gyuki achieved this through conflict, with B forcibly separating Gyuki's chakra from his consciousness. That's one path." He stepped closer to the gate, meeting Kurama's massive gaze directly. "But I'm proposing another. Voluntary partnership, complete access freely given, with the seal reconfigured to allow transformation without suppression." For perhaps the first time in their long association, Naruto had genuinely surprised the Nine Tails. The fox studied him silently for several moments before responding. "You would alter the seal?" Kurama questioned, doubt evident in his tone. "Risk your own life by weakening the very barrier that prevents me from overwhelming you?" "Yes," Naruto confirmed without hesitation, "because I believe we're stronger together than either of us is alone, and because after all these years, I've come to respect you, Kurama." The use of his true name, rarely spoken by humans, seemed to impact the Nine Tails profoundly. His massive form shifted, Nine Tails swaying thoughtfully behind him. "You speak of partnership," Kurama finally said, "yet humans have enslaved my kind since the Sage of Six Paths died. Why should I believe you're different?" "Because I could have chosen dominance, but didn't," Naruto replied simply. "Because I've acknowledged you as a sentient being with your own will, not just a weapon or a source of chakra. And because right now, we need each other more than ever before." What followed was the most honest conversation they had ever shared. Kurama spoke of centuries of imprisonment, of being passed from one Jinchuriki to another, of the hatred he had cultivated as a shield against human exploitation. Naruto described his own journey from feared outcast to respected shinobi, his understanding of what it meant to be valued for who you are, rather than what power you contain. "I can't undo the past," Naruto acknowledged, "but I can offer a different future, one where you're a partner, not a prisoner." As dawn approached in the outside world, a decision was reached within the mindscape. Naruto approached the seal itself, the paper tag that had maintained the barrier between them since his birth, and placed his hand upon it. "Are you certain?" he asked one final time. "Once done, this can't be reversed." Kurama's massive head lowered until his eye was level with Naruto. "I have existed for centuries and never truly trusted a human," the fox replied. "Perhaps it's time to discover if one can be worthy of that trust." With a decisive motion, Naruto altered the seal configuration, not removing it entirely, but transforming its nature from prison to conduit. The massive gates swung open, and for the first time, Nine Tails and Jinchuriki stood without barriers between them. The transformation was immediate and extraordinary. Chakra flowed freely between them, no longer filtered or constrained, creating a harmony of energy unlike anything Naruto had experienced before. Within the physical world, his body began to glow with a distinctive golden light, the pure form of Kurama's chakra manifesting without the corrupting influence of forced extraction. Guy and Lee, maintaining their vigil outside the containment chamber, witnessed the building suffused with brilliant golden light that leaked through every seam in the reinforced structure. The chakra pressure built to extraordinary levels before finally stabilizing, the door sliding open to reveal Naruto's transformed state. His appearance had changed dramatically, body cloaked in golden chakra that flickered like flames, black markings reminiscent of ceiling script decorating the energy field, eyes transformed to red with slitted pupils. Most remarkably, the chakra formed a distinctive silhouette around him, suggesting the Nine-Tails shape while maintaining human proportions. Naruto? Guy questioned cautiously, sensing the extraordinary power radiating from his former student. We did it, as Naruto replied, his voice overlaid with a deeper resonance that suggested Kurama's influence. Not dominance, partnership. B, who had been monitoring the process, approached with an expression of genuine amazement. Never seen transformation quite like this. Not conflict, but harmony. True partnership's bliss. The training that followed focused on mastering this new form, learning to maintain the perfect chakra balance that allowed Naruto and Kurama to function as a single entity while retaining their individual consciousnesses. The power at their disposal proved staggering, far exceeding even what Guy had demonstrated as the theoretical limit of the seventh gate. It's like comparing a candle to the sun, Lee observed after witnessing a demonstration where Naruto casually created a tailed beast ball that vaporized an entire training ground. The raw energy output is beyond conventional measurement. Yet for all its power, the transformation demanded perfect harmony between Jinchuriki and tailed beast, a synchronized will that could only be maintained through genuine cooperation. Unlike the 8 gates, which forced power through physical limitation breaking, this technique required constant mutual adjustment and chakra balancing. The true strength of this form isn't just its raw power, Naruto explained during a rest period. It's the perfect integration of our abilities. Kurama's chakra capacity and elemental affinities combined with my tactical thinking and technique knowledge. Their training was interrupted on the 3rd day by the arrival of an emergency communication from Allied Forces headquarters. Madara had accelerated his timetable dramatically, beginning the Ten Tails resurrection ritual at a location identified as the mountain's graveyard. Intelligence estimated the process would complete within 24 hours unless immediately disrupted. We're mobilizing all available forces for a desperate final assault, the communication explained. This is likely our last opportunity to prevent the infinite Tsukuyomi from being cast. The orders were explicit. B and Naruto were to remain secured on the island Turtle while the Allied forces engaged Madara's army. The strategic reasoning was sound. If the assault failed, they would represent the final line of defense against Madara's plan, but Naruto found the directive impossible to accept. They're sacrificing themselves to protect us, he argued as they debated their response. Thousands will die while we sit here training. Orders are orders, the Cloud Village commander countered firmly. The 5 Hokage themselves determined this strategy. Your role comes after if the initial assault fails. By then it will be too late, Naruto insisted. If Madara completes the Ten Tails resurrection, the power difference becomes insurmountable. We need to strike before the transformation, not after. The debate grew increasingly heated until B unexpectedly intervened, his typically playful demeanor replaced by solemn authority. Listen close, 'cause I won't repeat. Sometimes orders take a back seat. He turned to face the Cloud Commander directly. The 8 Tails and I have reached consensus clear. Our powers needed on the front line, not here. Faced with the united determination of both Jinchuriki, the commander reluctantly acknowledged he lacked the capability to physically restrain them if they chose to leave. With Guy and Lee's support, a compromise was reached. They would deploy to the battlefield but maintain tactical independence, focusing specifically on disrupting the Ten Tails' resurrection rather than engaging in the broader conflict. Their journey to the mountain's graveyard, accelerated by Naruto and B's tailed beast capabilities, brought them to the periphery of the largest battlefield the shinobi world had ever witnessed. The allied shinobi forces had deployed en masse, with divisions from all 5 great nations engaging Madara's army of white Zetsu clones and Edo Tensei resurrected legends. From their elevated position, Naruto could identify individual battle groups by their chakra signatures, Gaara commanding the long-range division, Kakashi leading a special tactics unit, Sakura coordinating the medical response teams. The scale of the conflict was breathtaking and horrifying simultaneously, with casualties mounting on both sides, despite the Allied forces' numerical advantage. At the battlefield's center stood their objective, a massive stone platform where 7 immense chakra signatures pulsed in unnatural synchronization. Even from a distance, Naruto could sense the tailed beast's distinctive energies being forcibly harmonized through some powerful sealing technique. The resurrection ritual is nearly complete, he observed grimly. We need to move now. Guy and Lee had already prepared, removing their weighted training equipment and completing preliminary stretching exercises that would allow immediate gate activation. B had partially transformed, manifesting some of Juki's features while maintaining human mobility for the approach. The direct approach seems suicidal, Lee noted, studying the heavily defended central platform. There are at least 100 white Zetsu guarding the perimeter, plus what appears to be multiple Edo Tensei shinobi coordinating the ritual. Direct isn't our only option, Naruto replied, a strategy forming as he analyzed the battlefield. We need to create a diversion that draws their attention while a smaller team targets the sealing array itself. The plan came together quickly, leveraging each team member's specialized capabilities. B would create the primary diversion, his full-tailed beast transformation, guaranteed to draw significant defensive resources. Guy and Lee would execute a high-speed flanking maneuver to eliminate the white Zetsu perimeter guards, creating an access corridor. Naruto, maintaining his Nine Tails chakra mode, would penetrate directly to the sealing array and disrupt the resurrection ritual. Synchronize watches, Guy instructed as they finalized details. Operation commences in exactly 3 minutes. May the power of youth guide our steps. The diversion proved even more effective than anticipated. When B transformed into Juki's full form, a massive 8-tailed ox-octopus hybrid towering over the battlefield, the reaction was immediate and overwhelming. White Zetsu forces redeployed en masse to counter the threat, while several Edo Tensei shinobi broke from the ritual to engage the unexpected 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Fifth gate, limit, open. Guy and Lee transformed simultaneously, their skin darkening to deep crimson as blue-green chakra erupted around them. Moving at speeds visible only to the most advanced dojutsu users, they tore through the remaining perimeter defenses, creating the planned access corridor with surgical precision. Path cleared, Lee confirmed through their communication system. 60 seconds until defensive reinforcements arrive. Naruto didn't waste a moment. Accelerating to maximum speed in Nine Tails chakra mode, he flashed through the opening, covering the distance to the central platform in milliseconds. What he found there confirmed their worst fears. The resurrection ritual had progressed further than intelligence suggested, with the 7 captured tailed beasts already partially merged into a grotesque, still-forming entity. Overseeing the ritual stood the masked figure from the Kage summit, now revealed not as Madara himself, but as Obito Uchiha, a former leaf ninja long thought dead, now serving as Madara's primary agent. Beside him stood the true Madara Uchiha, resurrected through Edo Tensei, his legendary power evident in the casual way he maintained the complex sealing array single-handedly. Right on schedule, Madara observed as Naruto appeared before them. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki arrives to witness history's pivot point. I've come to stop you, Naruto declared, chakra arms forming from his golden aura as he prepared to attack. This ends now. Madara's expression remained impassive. Your determination is admirable but misplaced. The Ten Tails resurrection cannot be prevented at this stage, only delayed. The chakra synchronization has already begun. As if to emphasize his point, the partially formed entity behind them pulsed with chaotic energy, 7 distinct chakra signatures struggling against the unnatural fusion process. Naruto could sense the individual tailed beasts within, each maintaining desperate resistance against the sealing technique forcing their merger. "They're fighting you," Naruto observed, momentarily distracted by the tailed beast's evident suffering. "Even captured, they resist the fusion." "Of course they resist," Obito replied dismissively. "They've grown accustomed to their fragmented existence. But reunion is their natural state, their original purpose. We merely restore what the Sage of Six Paths divided." The momentary dialogue provided critical intelligence. The fusion remained incomplete, the individual tailed beasts still maintaining some degree of autonomy within the emerging entity. If Naruto could somehow disrupt the sealing array coordinating their merger, his analysis was interrupted by Madara's sudden attack, a barrage of fire techniques so massive they transformed the surrounding atmosphere into a sea of flames. Even in Ninetales chakra mode, dodging such an extensive assault proved challenging, forcing Naruto to create chakra shields that rapidly depleted under the legendary Uchiha's onslaught. "Kurama, I need more power!" Naruto communicated internally, feeling their synchronized chakra straining against Madara's overwhelming techniques. "Take what you need," the Ninetales responded immediately, their partnership allowing instantaneous chakra transfer without the resistance that had characterized their earlier interactions. The golden aura surrounding Naruto intensified dramatically, forming a complete Ninetales silhouette around his human form. With this enhanced manifestation, he countered Madara's fire techniques with a barrage of chakra-infused wind attacks, creating explosive chain reactions that temporarily obscured the battlefield. Using this visual cover, Naruto created a shadow clone to engage Obito, while his true self circled toward the sealing array. The clone successfully drew the masked Uchiha into combat, their respective space-time techniques creating a disorienting battle of phasing attacks and instantaneous relocations. Meanwhile, the real Naruto reached the array itself, a complex pattern of sealing formulas inscribed across the stone platform, pulsing with chakra as they forced the seven-tailed beasts into unnatural synchronization. Years of study under Jiraiya had given him enough understanding of advanced sealing techniques to recognize the array's critical junctures, the points where disruption would cascade through the entire system. "Seal release 5-point disruption," he called, channeling focused chakra through his fingertips as he struck the array's primary nodes simultaneously. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for both sides. The sealing array destabilized exactly as intended, its carefully balanced chakra flow collapsing in a cascading failure that released the tailed beast from forced synchronization. However, the resulting energy discharge created a massive shockwave that engulfed the entire platform, sending Naruto, Madara, and Obito flying in separate directions. When the dust settled, a transformed battlefield emerged. The partially formed 10 tails had reverted to its component-tailed beasts. 7 massive chakra entities now freed from the sealing array but still weakened by their captivity. Madara and Obito had regrouped at the platform's edge, the former's expression showing rare, genuine anger at the disruption of his carefully orchestrated plan. "A temporary setback," Madara declared, his hands already forming seals for some new technique. "The beasts remain within our control, merely unsynchronized. The resurrection can still proceed." Before he could complete whatever technique he intended, the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. The allied shinobi forces, recognizing the critical moment created by Naruto's disruption of the sealing array, launched a coordinated assault on all fronts. B, still in full Eight Tails form, crashed through the defensive perimeter, while Guy and Lee led specialized strike teams targeting the weakened white Zetsu formations. Most significantly, the 5 Hokage themselves arrived on the central platform, having apparently broken through Madara's defensive formations during the confusion. Tsunade, Gaara, Mei, and Onoki formed a protective formation around the disoriented tailed beasts, their combined power presenting a formidable obstacle to Madara's recovery efforts. "It seems we've reached an impasse," Madara observed coolly, assessing the transformed strategic situation. 5 Kage, 2 Jinchuriki, and the remnants of your allied forces against myself, Obito, and our remaining resources. Surrender, Madara, Tsunade demanded, chakra visibly gathering around her as she prepared for combat. Your plan has failed. The Ten Tails resurrection has been prevented. Prevented? Madara's expression shifted to something approaching amusement. Merely delayed, Tsunade Senju, and perhaps not even that. His hands formed a seal Naruto didn't recognize. Obito, initiate contingency protocol. Before anyone could react, Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, creating a massive dimensional vortex that began drawing the weakened tailed beasts toward it. The beasts, still disoriented from their forced partial fusion and subsequent separation, lacked the strength to resist the pull effectively. No! Naruto shouted, launching himself toward the nearest beast, the Seven Tails, and anchoring it with chakra arms. The other Hokage followed his example, each attempting to secure one of the tailed beasts against the dimensional pull. For a moment, it seemed their combined efforts might succeed. Then Madara himself entered the fray directly, targeting the Kage with precision strikes that forced them to choose between their own safety and maintaining their hold on the tailed beasts. One by one, the massive chakra entities disappeared into Obito's dimensional vortex, until only the Seven Tails, still secured by Naruto's chakra arms, remained. Release it, Madara commanded, appearing directly before Naruto with his legendary Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Or watch your precious Kage die one by one. To emphasize his point, he launched a brutal attack against Tsunade, who had moved to support Naruto's position. Despite her legendary strength and healing abilities, the fifth Hokage found herself overwhelmed by Madara's centuries of battle experience, taking a potentially fatal strike that sent her crashing into the stone platform. Lady Tsunade, Naruto cried, momentarily distracted by his Hokage's plight. That instant of divided attention was all Madara needed. Moving with the legendary speed that had made him feared throughout the shinobi world, he severed Naruto's chakra connection to the Seven Tails and kicked the weakened beast toward Obito's vortex. Before Naruto could re-establish his hold, the final tailed beast disappeared into the dimensional portal, which closed immediately behind it. A strategic withdrawal, Madara announced calmly. The pieces are merely being repositioned, not removed from the board. Where did you send them? Naruto demanded, Nine Tails chakra mode flaring with his anger. What have you done with the tailed beasts? To a dimension where time flows differently, Obito answered, his single visible eye revealing nothing of his thoughts. Where the resurrection ritual can continue without interference. When next you see them, the 10 tails will be complete. Before anyone could move to stop them, both Uchiha activated their respective space-time techniques, vanishing from the battlefield as suddenly as they had appeared. The abrupt departure left an eerie silence across the devastated landscape, broken only by the sounds of ongoing skirmishes at the perimeter, where Allied forces continued engaging the remaining white Zetsu. We've lost them, Gaara stated grimly, approaching Naruto as medical ninja rushed to Tsunade's side, and with them, any chance of preventing the Ten Tails resurrection. Not necessarily, Naruto replied, his expression determined despite the apparent setback. Kurama can sense his siblings across dimensional boundaries. Their connection transcends physical space. Within his mindscape, the Nine Tails confirmed this assessment. I can feel them, Kurama growled. Their chakra signatures remain distinct, though distant. The fusion has not yet completed. This intelligence proved crucial as the Allied forces regrouped, establishing a defensive perimeter around the former ritual site while their commanders assessed the transformed strategic situation. The 5 Ka, including Tsunade, who had survived Madara's attack thanks to her creation rebirth technique, convened an emergency council to determine their next steps. If Madara completes the Ten Tails resurrection in this alternate dimension, what prevents him from simply returning with it at full power? The Raikage demanded, his frustration evident in his aggressive stance. Dimensional transition requires enormous chakra expenditure, Naruto explained, relaying information from Kurama. Even for the Ten Tails, shifting between dimensions with its full power intact would require significant preparation. How long do we have? Gaara questioned directly. Hours, not days, Naruto replied grimly. Kurama estimates the resurrection ritual will complete within 6 hours. Once formed, The 10 tails would require additional time to stabilize before dimensional transition becomes possible, perhaps another 6 hours at most. Then our strategy is clear, Tsunade decided. We must prepare for the 10 tails' arrival while simultaneously attempting to disrupt the resurrection process if possible. The discussion shifted to practical considerations: how to defend against an entity of unprecedented power, how to potentially access Obito's dimension to prevent the resurrection, and how to maximize their remaining resources after the costly initial engagement. Throughout the debate, Naruto remained uncharacteristically quiet, his focus turned inward as he maintained continuous communication with Kurama. "There is a way," the Nine Tails finally declared after extended internal deliberation. "A technique that might allow you to reach my siblings before the fusion completes." "What kind of technique?" Naruto questioned silently. "A combination of your father's flying thunder god technique and my chakra's natural resonance with the other tailed beasts," Kurama explained. "In theory, you could use me as an anchor to teleport directly to their location, bypassing conventional dimensional barriers. But I don't know the flying thunder god technique," Naruto objected. "That died with my father." "You know its principles through Jiraiya's teaching," Kurama countered, "and your gates training provides the precise chakra control required. Combined with my power and our perfect synchronization." The theoretical possibility was tantalizing but fraught with unprecedented risks. Without proper testing or refinement, such a technique could potentially scatter Naruto's consciousness across dimensional boundaries or drain his chakra to fatal levels. Yet the alternatives seemed equally grim: waiting passively for the 10 tails to appear, or launching a conventional assault against Madara and Obito that would likely fail given their demonstrated power. When Naruto finally shared Kurama's proposal with the War Council, reactions were predictably mixed. The Tsuchikage dismissed it as desperate speculation, while the Mizukage questioned whether any single shinobi should attempt such a high-risk operation alone. The Raikage, typically the most aggressive, surprisingly counseled caution, noting that losing both the 8 and 9 tails Jinchuriki would leave them without their strongest weapons against the 10 tails. It was Guy who ultimately spoke most persuasively in favor of the attempt. "Throughout my career," he began, uncharacteristically solemn, "I have witnessed techniques deemed impossible become reality through determination and the power of youth. Naruto has consistently achieved what others considered unattainable, from mastering the 8 gates without permanent injury to forming a true partnership with his tailed beast." He turned to face Naruto directly, mentor to former student. "If anyone can execute this theoretical technique successfully, it is you." The debate continued until a compromise was reached. Naruto would attempt the dimensional transmission technique, but not alone. A small strike team would accompany him, specifically Guy, Lee, and B, whose complementary abilities provided the optimal balance of power and specialization for the mission. "The remainder of our forces will prepare for defensive engagement should you fail," Tsunade concluded, her expression revealing both concern for her shinobi and determination to face whatever came. "You have 3 hours to prepare, then you must attempt the technique. That's our window for disrupting the resurrection before it's too late." Preparation for the dimensional transmission technique proved more complex than anticipated. While the theoretical framework seemed sound, using Kurama's natural resonance with his fellow tailed beasts as a homing beacon for a modified space-time technique, the practical application required unprecedented chakra control and synchronization. The flying thunder god technique traditionally requires pre-placed seals, Naruto explained to his team as they worked through the mechanics. "We're attempting to substitute that anchoring mechanism with Kurama's connection to the other tailed beasts. It's like trying to tune into a specific radio frequency across dimensional static." "Will your gates training help?" Lee questioned, assisting with the physical preparation of the transmission site, a modified sealing array designed to focus and amplify the technique. "Critically," Naruto confirmed, "the steady-state gates provide the chakra precision we need, while full activation should generate enough raw power for dimensional penetration." B, who had been uncharacteristically serious throughout the preparation, offered his own insights on tailed beast synchronization, while Guy supervised the physical and mental conditioning necessary for such an extreme technique. As the designated 3-hour window drew to a close, the strike team gathered at the center of the specially prepared array, making final adjustments to equipment and chakra reserves. Remember, Naruto instructed as they took their positions, maintain physical contact throughout the transmission. Any separation could leave you stranded between dimensions. Guy, Lee, and B confirmed their understanding, each placing a hand on Naruto's shoulders as he knelt at the array's center. Around them, the Allied forces commanders watched with barely concealed tension, aware that this desperate gambit represented perhaps their only chance to prevent the Ten Tails' completion. First gate, steady state, Naruto began, establishing the precise chakra control foundation. Second gate, steady state. The familiar warm glow suffused his body as the gates opened in their controlled configuration, chakra flowing with meticulous precision through pathways honed by years of training. Simultaneously, he activated Nine-Tails chakra mode, the golden energy merging with his gate's enhanced state in a display of power that caused the ceiling array beneath them to glow with responsive brilliance. Third gate, life! The transformation deepened as Naruto shifted from steady state to full activation, crimson aura erupting around the golden chakra cloak. The combined energies created a visual spectacle never before witnessed, crimson and gold intertwining in patterns that seemed almost alive, responding to Naruto's will as he focused on the dimensional transmission technique. Fourth gate, pain! The power escalated dramatically, the ground beneath the ceiling array beginning to crack from the pressure. Guy, Lee, and B maintained their positions despite the increasingly chaotic energy field surrounding them, their own considerable power helping to stabilize the technique as Naruto pushed beyond conventional limitations. Fifth gate, limit. The array itself began to levitate, energy patterns inscribed in the stone now floating freely as physical matter started responding to the dimensional distortions being generated. Naruto's skin darkened to deep crimson while the golden chakra cloak intensified to near blinding levels, the combined power approaching what many witnesses would later describe as godlike. Can you sense them? Naruto communicated internally, focusing through the overwhelming sensory input of his enhanced state. Yes, the Nine-Tails confirmed, his consciousness fully synchronized with Naruto's. The connection is stabilizing. I can feel their distinct signatures. They remain unsynchronized, though the fusion process has accelerated. Is the resonance strong enough for transmission? Not yet, Kurama replied tensely. We need more power to penetrate the dimensional barrier. Naruto knew what that meant, escalating further up the gate sequence, approaching the threshold that even his unique physiology found challenging to sustain. Sixth gate, view. The transformation reached new heights as all remaining restrictions on his muscular and nervous systems released simultaneously. The chakra surrounding him intensified to a blue-green inferno shot through with crimson and gold energy, creating visible distortions in reality itself as the dimensional transmission technique began actively warping space-time around the strike team. Guy, recognizing the extraordinary strain Naruto was enduring, activated his own gates in support. Fifth gate, limit. Lee immediately followed his mentor's example. Fifth gate, limit. Their synchronized gate activation created a harmonizing effect, helping to stabilize the increasingly chaotic energy field as Naruto pushed toward the technique's completion threshold. B contributed as well, partially manifesting Yuki's chakra to reinforce the tailed beast resonance Kurama was establishing. Almost there, Kurama reported, his voice strained even within their shared mindscape. The barrier is thinning. I can almost reach them. Naruto felt the technique approaching its critical juncture, the moment when theoretical possibility would either materialize into successful transmission or collapse catastrophically. Every instinct honed through years of training told him they needed one final push to break through the dimensional barrier. Seventh gate, wonder. The transformation transcended anything he had previously attempted. His muscle fibers tore and regenerated continuously as the seventh gate removed all conceivable physical limitations. The chakra surrounding him evolved beyond conventional visual perception, creating a field of pure energy that distorted light itself. Those watching from a distance would later describe seeing Naruto and his team seemingly phase between existence and non-existence, their forms becoming translucent as the dimensional boundary thinned. Now! Kurama roared within their shared consciousness. The connection is complete! Dimensional transmission technique, tailed beast resonance, Naruto called, executing the final sequence of the experimental jutsu. Reality itself seemed to fracture around them. For an instant that felt simultaneously fleeting and eternal, Naruto experienced pure dimensional void, a space between spaces where conventional physics ceased to apply. Then, with a sensation like being pulled through an impossibly narrow aperture, he and his team materialized in a landscape unlike anything they had ever encountered. The dimension Obito had created resembled a twisted inversion of natural reality. Gravity operated inconsistently, with floating land masses suspended at impossible angles. Light emanated not from a sun, but from the environment itself, creating a perpetual twilight unmarred by shadows. Most significantly, at the center of this bizarre realm stood their objective, the 7 captured tailed beasts, now partially merged into a chaotic amalgamation that pulsed with unstable energy. Overseeing this abomination were their targets, Madara and Obito, both visibly startled by the strike team's sudden appearance. Their surprise provided a crucial momentary advantage, which Naruto immediately exploited. Go, he commanded, still maintaining 7th gate with Nine-Tails chakra mode, a combination that would have killed any normal shinobi within seconds, but which his unique physiology could sustain for limited periods. The strike team dispersed with practiced precision. Guy engaged Madara directly, his 7th gate activation allowing him to temporarily match the legendary Uchiha's speed, if not his technical mastery. Lee targeted the dimensional anchor points, specialized seals Obito had placed to stabilize his created realm, while B moved to disrupt the resurrection ritual itself, his tailed beast chakra, creating interference patterns in the fusion process. Naruto focused on Obito, recognizing him as both the dimension's creator and potentially its weakest point. Despite his Mangekyo Sharingan and formidable space-time techniques, Obito lacked Madara's centuries of combat experience and legendary chakra reserves. If anyone could be overwhelmed quickly, it would be him. You shouldn't have come here, Obito warned as they clashed, his intangibility technique allowing him to phase through Naruto's initial attacks. This dimension responds to my will alone. You've trapped yourselves in my domain. Or we've trapped you with us, Naruto countered, adapting his strategy to account for Obito's phasing ability, creating a sphere of pure chakra compression, a technique developed through his combined gates and tailed beast training. He detonated it precisely as Obito began to solidify for a counterattack. The timing proved perfect. Caught between phases, Obito took the full impact of the compressed chakra explosion, the precisely calculated force sending him crashing into one of the floating landmasses. Before he could recover, Naruto was upon him, using the unprecedented speed of his 7th gate to deliver a barrage of strikes that prevented the Uchiha from re-establishing his rhythm. Across the dimensional battlefield, his teammates faced their own challenges. Guy had engaged Madara in what could only be described as a legendary taijutsu duel, the 7th gate's power allowing him to press the Uchiha founder harder than anyone had since Hashirama Senju himself. Lee, despite encountering unexpected resistance from the dimension's inherent defenses, had successfully disrupted 2 of the 5 anchor points, causing visible instability in the surrounding environment. Most critically, B had reached the partially formed 10 tails and begun the delicate process of chakra disentanglement, using Yuki's resonance with his fellow tailed beasts to counter the forced synchronization Madara had initiated. The process was dangerously unpredictable, creating cascading energy discharges that threatened all combatants indiscriminately. We need to finish this quickly, Naruto called to his team, recognizing that their window of opportunity was rapidly closing. The dimensional instability caused by Lee's disruption of the anchor points, combined with B's interference in the fusion process, was creating a progressively more chaotic environment. Obito, despite being temporarily overwhelmed, remained a formidable opponent. Recognizing the threat to his dimensional construct, He abandoned direct combat in favor of reinforcing the remaining anchor points, his Mangekyo Sharingan allowing him to manipulate the realm's fundamental structure even while under attack. "The dimension is collapsing," Lee warned, narrowly avoiding a gravity fluctuation that nearly crushed him against a suddenly accelerating landmass. "We have minutes at most before total destabilization." This warning proved prophetic as fracture lines began appearing throughout the visible environment, reality itself seeming to crack like glass under the combined stresses of their assault. The partially formed Ten Tails responded to this instability with increasing agitation, its chaotic energy pulses growing more violent as the fusion process destabilized. "B!" Naruto called urgently. "What's the status of the separation?" "Partial success. That's what I see. 4 beasts detached. 3 still ain't free," responded, visibly straining as he maintained chakra contact with the fluctuating entity. "Need more power to break Madara's hold. Juki alone can't make these chains unfold." The situation demanded a decisive intervention. If the dimension collapsed with the tailed beast still partially fused, the resulting chakra discharge could potentially complete the very process they sought to prevent. Yet Naruto found himself torn between multiple critical objectives: assisting B with the separation, countering Obito's attempts to stabilize the anchor points, and potentially supporting Guy, who, despite his extraordinary performance, was gradually being overwhelmed by Madara's seemingly limitless combat mastery. In that crucial moment, Naruto made a decision that would later be studied in ninja academies across all nations. Disengaging from Obito, he moved to B's position at the center of the dimensional realm, directly confronting the partially formed Ten Tails. "Cover me," he instructed his teammates, assuming a meditative stance despite the chaos surrounding them. "I need 30 seconds uninterrupted." What followed was perhaps the most dangerous technique Naruto had ever attempted: a direct chakra interface with the partially fused tailed beasts, using Kurama as a bridge to reach their individual consciousnesses. Within his mindscape, he found himself confronting not just formless chakra entities, but the distinct personalities of beings who had existed since the Sage of Six Paths era. Brothers, sisters, Kurama addressed them directly through their shared connection. "Resist the fusion. Maintain your individual wills." The response came as a cacophony of distinct voices, some bestial, others nearly human, all expressing the same fundamental struggle against forced unification. Naruto, serving as the interface between them, channeled Kurama's chakra to reinforce their resistance, while simultaneously establishing a resonance pattern that could potentially separate their merged energies. "I don't have enough power to break Madara's sealing technique completely," Naruto realized as he assessed the complexity of the fusion. Not even with the 7th gate and Nine Tails chakra mode combined. "There is one possibility," Kurama suggested gravely, "but the cost." Naruto immediately understood what the Nine Tails was proposing: the 8th gate. Yes, the Gate of Death might generate sufficient power to shatter the fusion completely, but even with our unique partnership and your Uzumaki vitality, it might kill me anyway, Naruto completed the thought, or at minimum, cause permanent damage. The calculus was brutal but clear. If they failed here, the Ten Tails would form, Madara would become its Jinchuriki, and the infinite Tsukuyomi would enslave the entire world in eternal genjutsu. Against such stakes, even the risk of death seemed an acceptable gamble. "Guy-sensei," Naruto called, making his decision. "I need to open the 8th gate." Guy, still engaged with Madara in increasingly one-sided combat, looked over in alarm. "Naruto, no. Even with your unique constitution, the risk is..." "The only option we have left," Naruto interrupted firmly. "The dimension is collapsing, the fusion is accelerating, and we're running out of time. I need you to buy me the few seconds required for the activation." Something in Naruto's tone, the absolute certainty of someone who had weighed all options and accepted the potential consequences, seemed to reach Guy. Despite his evident concern, he nodded in acknowledgement before redoubling his assault on Madara, forcing the legendary Uchiha to focus entirely on defense for precious moments. Lee and B immediately adjusted their tactics as well, creating a protective formation around Naruto as he prepared for the forbidden technique. Obito, recognizing the potential threat, attempted to intervene, but found himself countered by B's partial-tailed beast transformation, which effectively blocked his approach. At the center of this chaotic battlefield, Naruto began the final preparation sequence Guy had demonstrated months earlier: the specialized breathing pattern, the precise chakra circulation adjustments, the mental focus required to approach what was essentially controlled self-destruction, all executed with the meticulous precision his years of training had instilled. First through 7th gates, he intoned, each gate flaring in rapid sequence as he established the necessary foundation. The combined power of these preliminary gates would have been devastating alone, but now served merely as preparation for what would follow. Within his mindscape, Kurama prepared as well, gathering his chakra in specialized configuration designed to potentially counteract the most lethal aspects of the 8th gate. Their partnership had evolved to perfect synchronization, allowing the Nine Tails to anticipate exactly how the gate activation would affect Naruto's system and respond accordingly. If this works, Kurama noted with grim humor, we'll be the first to survive the unsurvivable. If it doesn't, then we'll have died protecting everything that matters. Naruto completed the thought. Ready? As I'll ever be, the Nine Tails confirmed. Let's make history, Naruto Uzumaki. In the physical realm, Naruto's preparation reached its culmination. His body, already transformed by the 7 preliminary gates and Nine Tails chakra mode, began emitting steam as his internal temperature rose to levels that would have instantly killed an ordinary human. Blood vessels bulged visibly beneath his skin, which had darkened to deep crimson shot through with glowing golden patterns where Kurama's chakra provided reinforcement. 8th gate of death, open! The transformation transcended anything previously witnessed in shinobi history. Naruto's body erupted with power so intense it manifested as visible distortions in reality itself, the chakra aura surrounding him shifting from crimson and gold to a blinding blue-white inferno that evaporated moisture from the air for hundreds of meters in all directions. His hair stood upright, bleached white by the sheer energy coursing through his system, while his eyes transformed to glowing orbs that contained no discernible pupil or iris, just pure, concentrated power. The effect on the surrounding environment was immediate and catastrophic. The already unstable dimensional realm began collapsing at accelerated rate, massive sections of landscape disintegrating as the fundamental laws binding them together failed under the pressure of the 8th gate's power. Madara and Obito, momentarily stunned by the unprecedented chakra eruption, found themselves forced to abandon their respective battles and establish defensive positions. Night Guy! Guy shouted in warning to his teammates, recognizing the technique's name would communicate the necessary response. Lee and B immediately disengaged and retreated to safe distance, understanding that what would follow could not be contained or controlled, only directed. Evening Elephant! Naruto called, executing the 8th gate's preliminary technique with devastating effect. Each punch created pressure waves visible to the naked eye, the concentrated force tearing through the dimensional barriers Obito had established and striking directly at the partially formed 10 tails. The impact shattered the sealing technique maintaining the forced fusion, the 7-tailed beast's individual chakra signatures suddenly flaring as they regained momentary independence. In that crucial opening, Naruto executed the technique's final evolution, one Guy had described but never demonstrated, the ultimate expression of the 8 gates' power. Night Guy! What followed defied conventional description. Naruto's form seemed to compress into a singular point of infinite density before exploding outward in a directed assault that transcended physical limitations. The technique manifested as a dragon-shaped construct of pure chakra and kinetic force, tearing through dimensional barriers as if they were paper and striking the center of the tailed beast fusion with precision, born from years of the most rigorous training. The resulting explosion created a cosmic-scale disruption, a chakra detonation so massive it collapsed Obito's dimensional realm entirely, sending all combatants in the now separated tailed beasts hurtling back toward the primary dimension in a chaotic transitional event that none could control. Naruto, at the epicenter of this dimensional catastrophe, experienced a moment of perfect clarity despite the overwhelming power coursing through his system. He had succeeded in preventing the Ten Tails' resurrection, at least temporarily. The tailed beasts had been separated, the fusion disrupted, and Madara's immediate plan thwarted. Yet the cost! As consciousness began to fade, his body already showing signs of the catastrophic damage the Eighth Gate inflicted, he felt Kurama's chakra surrounding him in protective embrace. The Nine Tails, true to their partnership, was attempting to counter the gate's life-draining effect through rapid cellular regeneration, converting his own chakra into life force to replace what the forbidden technique consumed. Hold on, Kurama's voice seemed distant despite their shared mindscape. I can stabilize the worst effects, but the transition back to our dimension will be... The thought remained unfinished, as dimensional reality reasserted itself with brutal efficiency. Naruto, along with his teammates, the separated tailed beasts and their Uchiha opponents, materialized at the original battlefield where the allied shinobi forces had established their defensive position. Their arrival created a spectacle of unprecedented scale. 7 massive tailed beasts, 2 legendary Uchiha, and the strike team all appearing simultaneously amidst a chakra distortion visible from kilometers away. For Naruto, the transition completed the devastating work the Eighth Gate had begun. Despite Kurama's desperate efforts at mitigation, the combined trauma of gate activation and dimensional transition overwhelmed even his extraordinary constitution. As the blue-white aura of the Eighth Gate finally faded, he collapsed to the ground, body smoking from the technique's aftereffects. Naruto! Guy reached him first, cradling his former student with uncharacteristic gentleness. Medical team, immediately! The response was instantaneous, with Tsunade herself rushing forward alongside the most skilled medical ninja available. Their expressions shifted from professional determination to barely concealed horror as they assessed his condition. Cellular structure degrading rapidly, chakra network severely compromised, vital organs beginning to fail despite Kurama's continuous regenerative efforts. This is beyond conventional medical ninjutsu. Tsunade declared grimly after her initial assessment. The Eighth Gate's damage combined with dimensional transition trauma, I don't know if. He will survive. Kurama's voice emerged directly from Naruto's unconscious form, startling those gathered around him. The Nine Tails had never before communicated directly with outsiders through Naruto. But I need your assistance, granddaughter of Hashirama. What followed was perhaps the most extraordinary medical intervention in shinobi history. Guided by Kurama's unprecedented cooperation, Tsunade implemented a combination of her grandfather's legendary wood-style cellular regeneration principles and her own creation rebirth technique, creating a specialized medical seal array that worked in harmony with the Nine-Tailed chakra rather than against it. Meanwhile, the broader battlefield had erupted into renewed conflict. The 7 freed tailed beasts, disoriented but no longer bound by Madara's sealing technique, scattered across the landscape in various states of confusion and aggression. Madara and Obito, though temporarily set back by the dimensional collapse, quickly regrouped and began implementing contingency plans to recapture their escaped quarry. The allied shinobi forces, recognizing the critical opportunity created by Naruto's sacrifice, launched coordinated operations to both protect the freed-tailed beasts and counter the Uchiha's recovery efforts. B, having survived the dimensional transition intact, assumed a leadership role in this chaotic engagement, his status as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki providing unique credibility with both the tailed beasts and allied commanders. Hours passed in tense uncertainty as the medical team worked to stabilize Naruto, while battle raged across the surrounding landscape. Guy and Lee maintained constant vigil despite their own injuries, their normal exuberance replaced by solemn determination as they watched over their fallen comrade. It was near dawn when Tsunade finally emerged from the medical tent, exhaustion evident in her features, but a cautious optimism in her stance. He's stabilized, she announced to the anxious gathering. Kurama's regenerative capabilities combined with our medical techniques have counteracted the worst of the Eighth Gate's effects. Will he recover completely? Lee asked, voicing the question foremost in everyone's mind. Tsunade's expression turned more measured. That remains uncertain. No one has ever survived the Eighth Gate before. We're in uncharted medical territory. But his vital signs are strengthening, and Kurama believes full recovery is possible given sufficient time. This guarded prognosis proved more accurate than perhaps even Tsunade had dared hope. Over the following days, as the conflict with Madara and Obito evolved into a complex strategic engagement across multiple fronts, Naruto's condition improved steadily, if not rapidly. Consciousness returned intermittently at first, then with increasing duration and clarity. 1 week after the dimensional battle, he awoke fully lucid for the first time, finding Guy seated beside his medical bed with uncharacteristic stillness. "Sensei?" Naruto questioned, his voice weak but coherent. "What happened? Did we?" Guy's solemn expression blossomed into his characteristic brilliant smile. "Youthful triumph!" he exclaimed, immediately enveloping Naruto in a gentle but enthusiastic embrace. "You did it! The Ten Tails' resurrection was prevented, the tailed beasts freed, and Madara's plan disrupted." As Guy provided an animated summary of events since the dimensional collapse, Naruto gradually assembled a comprehensive understanding of their current situation. The freed tailed beasts had dispersed to their traditional territories, temporarily beyond Madara and Obito's reach. The Uchiha themselves had withdrawn to an unknown location, presumably to reformulate their strategy after this significant setback. Most remarkably, Naruto had indeed survived the 8th Gate of Death, the first documented case in shinobi history of anyone enduring the forbidden technique's full activation. Medical analysis suggested this miraculous survival resulted from the unique convergence of 3 factors: his Uzumaki bloodline's extraordinary life force, Kurama's active regenerative intervention, and the specialized gates training that had prepared his chakra network to handle extreme stress. "The medical teams are calling it the Uzumaki exception," Guy explained with evident pride. "They're already studying the physiological mechanisms that allowed your survival, though Lady Tsunade has strictly forbidden anyone from attempting to replicate the technique." Recovery proved a lengthy process despite Naruto's extraordinary healing capabilities. The 8th Gate had fundamentally altered his chakra network, creating patterns of damage and adaptation that required careful rehabilitation. Under Tsunade's direct supervision, he gradually relearned chakra control, beginning with basic exercises before slowly progressing to more complex techniques. Most significantly, his relationship with Kurama underwent profound transformation during this recovery period. The Nine Tails' desperate efforts to preserve his life during the 8th Gate activation had created a bond beyond their previous partnership, a genuine symbiosis where the distinction between Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast blurred into something new and unprecedented. "You risked everything to save my siblings," Kurama acknowledged during one of their Mindscape conversations. "No human has ever demonstrated such respect for our kind." "We're partners," Naruto replied simply. "Your family is my family." This evolved relationship manifested in Naruto's recovery progress, with Kurama actively participating in the rehabilitation process rather than merely providing passive regeneration. Together, they developed modified techniques that accommodated Naruto's transformed chakra network, creating new approaches to both Gates activation and Tailed Beast mode that minimize strain while maintaining combat effectiveness. 3 months after the dimensional battle, Naruto was finally cleared for limited active duty. The shinobi world he returned to had changed significantly during his convalescence. The revelation that the 8 Gates technique could potentially be survived had generated intense academic interest across all villages, while his successful liberation of the tailed beasts had elevated his diplomatic standing to unprecedented levels. Most significantly, the broader conflict with Madara and Obito had evolved into a protracted strategic engagement rather than immediate existential threat. Without the Ten Tails, their infinite Tsukuyomi plan remained temporarily thwarted, forcing them to pursue alternative approaches that provided the Allied forces valuable preparation time. "The world knows your name now more than ever," Tsunade informed him during his official reinstatement briefing. "The Jinchuriki who survived the 8th Gate, the diplomat who freed the tailed beasts, your actions have transformed how the 5 great nations view both the 8 Gates technique and Jinchuriki status." This transformation became evident when Naruto resumed his sage diplomat role, now with expanded mandate covering formal relations with the free-tailed beasts themselves. His first diplomatic mission, accompanied as always by Guy and Lee, took him to the Land of Lightning, where the Five Tails had established temporary territory with the Hokage's cautious permission. Their reception proved unlike any previous diplomatic engagement. The Five Tails, Kokuo, as Naruto now knew him, greeted them not as potential threats, but as respected equals. The massive horse-dolphin hybrid acknowledged Naruto with formal deference, recognizing him as both Kurama's partner and the architect of his liberation. The one who survived Death's Gate, Kokuo observed, studying Naruto with ancient eyes. Kurama has shared impressions of your partnership, most unexpected. Similar receptions followed at each tailed beast territory they visited, cautious respect evolving gradually into tentative alliance. For the first time since the Sage of Six Paths era, humans and tailed beasts engaged in direct, constructive dialogue, with Naruto serving as the crucial bridge between these traditionally antagonistic forces. This unprecedented diplomatic success elevated Naruto's standing further, with feudal lords and village leaders now seeking his counsel on matters beyond traditional shinobi concerns. The Crimson Diplomat, as he became known internationally, had transcended his original role to become something entirely new, a symbol of potential harmony between forces long considered irreconcilable. Yet for all this public transformation, Naruto found his greatest satisfaction in more personal developments. His relationship with Guy and Lee evolved from mentorship and brotherhood to something approaching legendary partnership, their combined mastery of the Eight Gates creating training protocols that would influence taijutsu development for generations. His once tenuous acceptance in Konoha blossomed into genuine respect and admiration, with young academy students now citing him as inspiration rather than avoiding him as pariah. Most profoundly, his understanding of the Eight Gates technique itself transformed through his unprecedented experience. What had begun as simply a path to power had evolved into a philosophical journey, a means of transcending limitations, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually. The true meaning of the Eight Gates, he explained to a gathering of advanced students at Konoha's academy, isn't about the power they release. It's about understanding that our perceived limitations are largely self-imposed. Each gate represents a barrier we place on our own potential, barriers that can be overcome through dedication, discipline, and purpose. This perspective resonated deeply with a generation coming of age in a transformed shinobi world. The traditional boundaries between villages, between humans and tailed beasts, between what was possible and impossible, all had been challenged by the Crimson Diplomat's journey from academy failure to international icon. 5 years after surviving the Eighth Gate, Naruto stood atop the Hokage monument, watching dawn break over a hidden leaf village that barely resembled the isolated, suspicious community of his childhood. International visitors walked freely through streets once restricted to outsiders. Training protocols incorporated techniques from all 5 great nations rather than jealously guarded village secrets. Most remarkably, a small-tailed beast, the Three Tails Isobu, had established permanent territory in a specially prepared lake within Fire Country borders, the first peaceful tailed beast settlement since the Sage's era. Admiring your handiwork? A voice questioned as Tsunade joined him at the overlook. The 5th Hokage had aged little in the intervening years, her creation rebirth technique maintaining her youthful appearance despite the increasing responsibilities of her position. Just appreciating how much has changed, Naruto replied with a small smile. Sometimes I can scarcely believe it myself. Tsunade studied him thoughtfully, noting how the years had matured the once impulsive genin into a measured, respected figure whose influence extended far beyond traditional shinobi boundaries. The physical changes were equally remarkable, his formerly blonde hair now permanently streaked with white from the Eight Gates after effects, fine scar patterns visible across his skin where chakra pathways had been restructured during his recovery. The council has been discussing transition planning, she mentioned casually, though her tone suggested this was far from a casual topic. I won't be Hokage forever, after all. Naruto nodded, understanding the implication. The position he had once coveted as a child, Hokage, the ultimate acknowledgement of his existence, now represented something different, not personal validation, but profound responsibility. "I'll serve however I'm needed," he replied simply, whether as diplomat, Jinchuriki partner, or Hokage candidate. Tsunade smiled at his response, appreciation evident in her expression. "The hat would limit your international work," she noted pragmatically. "The Hokage traditionally remains within village boundaries, while diplomats range widely." "True," Naruto acknowledged, though traditional boundaries seem less relevant with each passing year. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Guy and Lee, both wearing their characteristic green jumpsuits despite their elevated ranks and responsibilities. Some things, Naruto reflected with fond amusement, remained wonderfully constant despite the world's transformation. "Youthful morning greetings," Guy announced with undiminished enthusiasm despite the passage of years. "We bring news from the northern border. The Seven Tails has agreed to the training exchange program." This development, the first formal educational exchange between human shinobi and a tailed beast, represented another unprecedented diplomatic breakthrough. Young ninja would study directly under Chome, learning techniques and perspectives impossible to acquire through traditional training methods. As they discussed implementation details, Naruto found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this moment. From academy failure to 8 Gates master, to Jinchuriki partner to international diplomat, a path no one could have predicted, least of all himself. Within his mindscape, Kurama stirred with characteristic sardonic humor. "Feeling sentimental, are we?" the Nine Tails observed, though without the bitterness that had once characterized their interactions. "Just appreciative," Naruto replied internally. "None of this would have been possible without you." "Nor without your stubborn refusal to accept limitations," Kurama countered, including the supposedly absolute limitation of the 8th gate. Their mental conversation continued as Naruto returned his attention to the external discussion, his ability to maintain simultaneous internal and external dialogue representing yet another evolution of their unique partnership. This perfect synchronization, once deemed impossible between human and tailed beast, now served as template for a new understanding of what Jinchuriki status could represent. Not imprisonment, but genuine symbiosis. As morning light illuminated the village below, Naruto recognized that his journey had come full circle. The gates he had originally sought as mere path to power had instead opened doorways to understanding that transcended physical technique. Each gate, from the gate of opening to the gate of death, had taught him not just about breaking physical limitations, but about connecting with others, about finding strength in partnership rather than domination. The Crimson Diplomat, the 8 Gates Master, the Nine Tails Partner, these titles reflected aspects of his journey, but not its essence. At his core, Naruto Uzumaki remained what Guy had first recognized in that young academy failure years ago. Someone who refused to accept artificial limitations, whether imposed by others or by tradition itself. That refusal to accept barriers between villages, between humans and tailed beasts, between what was possible and impossible, had transformed not just his own life, but the shinobi world itself. And in that transformation lay perhaps the most profound lesson of the 8 Gates, that the greatest limitations we face are those we accept without question, and the greatest power comes not from technique, but from the courage to imagine beyond established boundaries. As he stood surrounded by his closest companions, watching a new generation prepare to inherit this transformed world, Naruto understood that his true legacy would not be surviving the unsurvivable or bridging the unbridgeable, but simply demonstrating that boundaries exist primarily in the mind, and that with sufficient will, even the gate of death itself could become merely another threshold to cross.
That's how Naruto became the legendary Gate Master. If you enjoyed this story, hit subscribe for more epic what-if scenarios. What character should master forbidden techniques next? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.